Sure thing. A fun fact about the Batangas racing circuit is that it's actually one of the few racetracks in the Philippines that has a mix of both high-speed straights and challenging turns, making it a favorite among drivers who love a little bit of everything. Plus, it's nestled in a scenic area, which means the views are almost as exciting as the race itself. Alright everyone. If you haven't chosen your car yet, now is the time to get those picks in before the countdown runs out. Don't let your favorite slip away, just because you waited till the last second. Let's see who can make the best choice and dominate this race. Oh wow, this is quite the throwback showdown. On one side, we have Colmetwe in a Porsche 917-30 Spider from 1973, a true monster on the track, with its sleek design and legendary status. On the other, Lian Yashin in a 1970 Chaparral 2J, which is known for its innovative aerodynamics and ground effect technology. Both cars are iconic in their own right, but when it comes down to racing at Batangas, I'd probably lean towards the Porsche. Its power and proven track record might just give it the edge. Still, the Chaparral's clever design could surprise us. Either way, it's going to be a fun duel to watch. Alright everyone, looks like Direct Official is leading the pack in that classic 1970 Ferrari 712. Starting on pole at Batangas Racing Circuit. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the modern monsters. Bibi Langstrom is taking an early lead. Direct Official is right behind in second, and I am holding on to third for now. Let's see if I can keep up, or if the AI decides to throw a curveball. Mutuba is climbing to fourth place. Looks like the battle for fourth is heating up between Amy and Mutu. Lian Yashin is also making a move, now in seventh. Mutu and Amy are nose to tail for fourth place. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing to sixth, just behind the action. Maya is holding steady in the top three, watching the chaos unfold. Mutube is climbing up to fourth place. Lord Secretsby is making a move to 13th. Colmetwe is driving a 1973 Porsche 917-30 Spider, the same as the leader. They're currently in 8th place, so they're hanging around the top, but not quite in the mix for the lead yet. HP Lootcraft is driving a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro in the vintage Trans Am class. They're currently in 19th place and seem to be struggling a bit with the pack. The tight corners and high-speed straights at Batangas are really shaking up the order. Overtakes are happening on the straightaways, but the tricky turns are making it hard to hold positions. Rome Spider is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro in the vintage Trans Am class. They're currently in 14th place, just ahead of the last few racers. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. New Life just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Kickass Lady X3 is gaining on HP Lootcraft, closing the gap by over a second. Kingdom McCringleberry is climbing up to 5th place. Cometwi has moved up to 7th. Lian Yeshin and Cometwi are nose to nose for 7th place, so expect some fireworks there. Cometwi is in 7th place driving a Porsche 917-30 Spider. Their fastest lap is just under 1:36. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress on the leaders. Rome Spider is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro in the vintage Trans Am class. They're currently in 14th place, quite a bit behind the leaders, and their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up. Yachi Swishman 33 is driving a vintage Mercury Cougar from 1967. They're currently in 16th place and their fastest lap is nearly 2 seconds slower than the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Cometwi is holding on to 7th but not by much. Lian Yashin is in 8th and closing the gap. Looks like a tight battle for that last podium spot. Cometwi is holding on to 7th place with a decent gap ahead. Lian Yeshin is in 8th, but she's a bit slower and closer to the pack. Looks like Cometwi has the edge for now. Dirok Official is gaining on Pippi Langstrom quickly, closing the gap by over a second. Mootube has just overtaken someone to sit in 4th place. Mutuba is driving a 1969 Nissan R382, which is known for its speed and agility. They are currently in 4th place just behind Maya and Dirok Official. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots in the Canon class. Shota Todoroki 39 is driving a 1970 Pontiac Firebird. They're currently in 11th place, but their lap time is quite slow compared to the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Lian Yeshin just overtook Cometwi and is now in 7th place. They are nose to nose. The race is heating up. Wow, Pippi Langstrom just won the race. Looks like even the fastest need to watch out for her. Congratulations. Congratulations to Pippi Langstrom for taking the victory. That was an impressive race performance. And a big shout out to Pippi for setting the fastest lap too, so they can claim the legendary 1973 Porsche 91730 Spider. Well done. Lian Yeshin. You also earned a win by taking the bet race. You get the amazing 1970 Chaparral 2J. Nice work. And Penske Motorsport. You really went for it with the most overtakes. That daring move earns you the 1973 Porsche 91730 Spider as well. Great job to everyone who raced hard today. Sure thing. Did you know that in the early 2000s, street cars and racing classes often had to balance between being super sleek and actually being drivable on the streets? It's like they wanted to be race cars but also needed to fit into your garage. Imagine having a car that's almost too fast to get groceries without causing a commotion. Hey everyone! The clock is ticking, so make sure to pick your favorite car now before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun. Alright. This is quite the vintage showdown. The Aston Martin Vantage V600 from 1998 sounds like a beast with its classic muscle, and potentially a bit of that old school charm. On the other hand, the Spyker C8 Le Violette from 23 is pretty sleek and unique, probably quite agile on the Monaco vintage track. Given Monaco's tight corners and sharp turns, I'd lean towards the car that offers better handling and agility. That Spyker might have an edge there because of its more modern design and lightweight build. But with a driver like Ekvaithi behind the wheel, anything can happen. So, if I had to make a guess, I'd say the Spyker might just sneer its way to the front. But I wouldn't count out that mighty Aston Martin just yet. It's racing after all. Anything can happen when the cars are this classy. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Monaco Vintage with Penske Motorsport taking an early lead. They're driving a sleek 1998 Porsche 911 Turbo S. Looks like we're in for some classic car action today. Penske Motorsport is leading the race. Wayne Gretzky is holding second, and Hingle McCringleberry is in third place. Looks like a tight start so far. Maya is currently in 13th place with her Mercedes SLR McLaren. She's not leading but not far behind the pack. Looks like she's holding her own in the middle of the field. Maya is now in 13th place, climbing up one spot. Globalzeland. New for life. are nose-to-nose for 15. Skakes' Beau Prix and Wrestling 567 are locked in a close fight for 18. Pippi Langstrumpf is driving a 2005 Mercedes SLR McLaren. They started in 6th and are currently in 4th, so they've gained 2 positions. Looks like they're making some moves, but still have a ways to go to catch the leaders. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbed to 3rd place. Team Tinatea is gaining ground, now in 6th. Stephen Brinkley is closing the gap on Team Tinatea, just 1.3 seconds behind. Stephen Brinkley is really having a rough time, dropping 12 spots to 19. Wayne Gretzky and Penske Motorsport are locked in a fierce fight for the lead. Lian Yeshin is climbing up nicely, moving 2 spots to 7. Akvethi and Ingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for 4th place. Lian Yeshin is closing in on Team Tinatea, cutting the gap by a full second. Maya has climbed 2 spots and is now in 9th. The modern streetcars are holding a tight pack around Monaco's tight corners, but the track's demanding nature might be exposing some of their weaknesses in handling and acceleration. Crazy Eagle fan better watch out. Someone's closing in fast, shrinking the gap by over 13 seconds. Team Tinatea is catching Akvethi, closing the distance by 2.4 seconds. Global Zegsi is climbing up the ranks, moving into 10th place. And in a battle for 9th place, Global Excel and Maya are nose to nose, no room for error. Akvethi is climbing to 4th place. Ingle McCringleberry and Akvethi are nose to nose for that spot. Reditero Activa Vixen is cutting down the distance to Minwoo for life by over a second. Akvethi is leading with the fastest lap, so he's clearly got the pace. Expect him to try and hold that position, and maybe even extend his gap before the final lap. Global C and Maya are nose to tail for 9th place. Maya trying to outsmart Global Sail, but no luck yet. A better bloke is closing in on the top 10. Amy is way back in 8th place with her Ford Mustang's Self-D Cobra R, and her fastest lap is over 3 seconds slower than the leader. Looks like she's struggling to keep up. Team Tinatea is gaining on Ingle McCringleberry and closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Someone is also catching up to Prodigy Place 58, reducing that gap by 1.6 seconds. Prodigy Place 58. Better watch out, someone is closing and fast, reducing the gap by 13.6 seconds. A Beta bloke is gaining on Global Cell 2, closing in by 1.5 seconds. Globos climbs up to 9th place. A Beta bloke is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by 1.7 seconds. Newell for life. just overtook Neo Texum for 12th place. Looks like that move was smoother than their previous one. Globatsu is now in 8th place. New for Life is closing in on a better bloke, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Raditeroak TV Vixen has moved up to 13th place. Akvaiti is climbing up to 3rd place. Prodigy Place 58 is making a move to 17. Neo Texum is driving a BMW Z8 from 2000. They're currently in the 14th place and seem to be struggling with a lap time of 154.6661, which is quite a bit slower than the leaders. Neo Texum is now just a second behind Radaizuro Active Vixen. Wrestling 567 is hot on Neo Texum's tail, closing the gap by almost 1.5 seconds. Well, look at Penske Motorsport taking the checkered flag at Monaco Vintage. Guess they're not just good at the big leagues. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Penske Motorsport took the victory. Big congratulations to them. They definitely earned that win with some impressive driving. And Amy, congrats on snagging the fastest lap. You're now in the running to claim that sleek 2000 Ford Mustang S VT Cobra R. I hope you're ready to take that beauty for a spin. Sure. Did you know that Indy cars are so fast that they can complete a lap of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in less than 40 seconds? That's quicker than most of us can say, let's go for a quick drive. These cars are built for speed and precision, making them some of the most exciting machines to watch on the track. Oh, this is a classic showdown, isn't it? Both cars from the same year but totally different personalities. The Chevrolet IndyCar, driven by Schmerzenlev, is known for its raw power and aggressive handling. Meanwhile, caffeinated car's Honda IndyCar might be a bit more balanced and reliable, with a smooth ride that could come in handy on the twists of Kyalami. Honestly, I'd put my money on Schmerzenlev. That Chevrolet has a little extra punch that might give it the edge in a straight line and some of those tricky corners. But don't count caffeinated car out just yet. Sometimes a steady hand and smart driving can beat brute force. So, who are you betting on? Hey Amin-san, welcome back. Glad to see you return to the chaos of our AI car races. Hope you're ready for some high-speed fun. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Kailami Vintage and Tangadaki TTV is on pole with the 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Let's see if they can hold that lead or if the competition will catch up. Tangadaki TTV has taken an early lead, with Maya right behind in second place. High Mice is holding on to third for now, but expect some fireworks soon. High Mice are nose to tail for third place. New for Life is climbing up one spot to fifth. Feishangs and Lian Yashin are locked in a close fight for eighth. Taknesti is on the charge, climbing 3 spots to 24th. Hove and High Mice are nose to nose for third place. Equinoxto is inching up to 9th, making a little progress. Haimatsu just overtook someone to take second place. Haimais and Tangadaki TTV are nose to nose for the lead. Maya and Haimais are fighting hard for second place. Haimais is now in first place. Maya and Tangadaki TTV are nose to nose for second. H2 Heva and Maya are also locked in a close fight for third. Maya is now in second place, climbing 1 spot. Rukimiriki has advanced 2 spots and is now in third. Tangadaki TTV and Rukimiriki are nose to nose fighting for third place. Equinoxto is climbing up to 8th place. Akvaiti is now in 13th. Penske Motorsport and Amy are nose to nose for the next spot. Amin-san and Abamzi are nose to nose for 15th place. The Dreamkeeper just nudged up to 20th. Daisy Shines and Schmerzenliv are locked in a close fight for 22nd. Amin-san just sneaked into 15th place. Abamzi and Amin-san are nose to nose for that same spot. Chris Gopher and Evolution 954 are also trading paint for 17th. Chris Gopher advances 1 spot to take 17th place. Taknesti also moves up 1 spot to occupy 23rd. Caffeinated Car and Daisy Canes are locked in a close duel for 24th. Hinglu McCringleberry's Honda IndyCar is currently in the last place, and their fastest lap is nearly 2 seconds slower than the leader. Looks like they're struggling to keep up today. Equinoxto and Maricus are nose to tail for 7th place. Akvaiti and Lian Yashin are locked in a close fight for 11th. Amin-san and Penske Motorsport are battling hard for 14th. Evolution 9 and 154, is really having a tough time, dropping to 25th place. Amundsen and Penske Motorsport are locked in a close fight for 14th. The Dreamkeeper is climbing up to 19th place, making some progress. Wow, Jaime, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win at Kailami Vintage. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Hey there, Black Panther 36. Welcome back to the channel. It's great to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI car action. Get ready for some virtual adrenaline. Congratulations to Jaime for winning the race. Well done on securing the top spot. And a big shout out to Maya for setting the fastest lap. That means you get to claim the 2018 Honda IndyCar. Nice work. Keep those engines roaring. Sure. Did you know that the 1976 Formula One season was famous for its intense competition, and that it was the first season where turbocharged engines started gaining attention? It's like the beginning of a turbocharged era that totally changed the game. And the cars that year were a mix of high-tech and raw power, making every race unpredictable and exciting to watch. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking down fast, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun of seeing which one takes the checkered flag. Alright. This is a classic showdown of vintage racing machines. The Ensign N176, driven by Stephen Brinkley, is a lovely piece of history, but is not exactly the speed demon of the era. On the other hand, the Shadow DN5B, piloted by Lord Buttrell, has a reputation for being a bit more aggressive on the track. Considering the car choices, I'd lean towards Lord Buttrell, with the Shadow DN5B having a slight edge in handling and performance for this kind of race. But hey, with AI driving these, anything can happen. Buckle up, folks, it's going to be a fun ride. Alright folks, the race kicks off. Alasarte and Mafia Navi is on pole in a 1976 Shadow DN5. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold its lead, or if the AI has other plans. Buckle up! Mafia Mavi has taken an early lead. Apex Milkbag is holding strong in second, and Pippi Langstrump is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Apex Milkbag and Mafia Mavi are nose-to-nose for the lead. Pippi Langstrumpf and Apex Milkbag are fighting hard for second place. Hot Bolognese and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a close duel for third. New for Life just overtook someone to climb to 18th place. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer and Maya are nose-to-nose for 23rd. TPPA is inching forward to 28th. Lord Buttrill advances to 14th place. Lady Gami climbs to 15th place. Forty Afro and Lady Gami are neck and neck for the 15th spot. Evolution 954 and Hot Bolognese are nose to tail for 4th place. Amy is climbing up to 8th. Mirgutsu and Amy are locked in a close fight for 8th. Pippi Langstrumpf and Apex Milkbag are nose to tail for 2nd place. Evolution 954 and Hot Bolognese are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Amy is climbing up 1 spot to 7th. Mirgutsu is now in 8th place, closing the gap with Penske Motorsport. The battle for 8th is heating up. Stephen Brinkley has moved into 12th, inching closer to the front. Amy is climbing fast into 5th place. Black Pen 36 is making a move into 9th. Lady Gami is creeping up to 13th. Oskatserod and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for 10th place. Lady Gami and Stephen Brinkley are locked in a close fight for 12th. 40 Afro is climbing 2 spots to 14th. Mirgutsu is climbing up to 7th place. Lady Gami is also moving up, now in 12th. Stephen Brinkley and Lady Gami are nose to tail for 12th. Lord Buttrill and Plebis 3 are locked in a tight fight for 15th place. Chosen's Post is climbing up to 16th. Joey Pastrami is also moving up to 18th. Lady Gami and Oscar Zarot are locked in a close fight for 11th place. 40 Afro is climbing up to 13th. Lord Buttrill is also on the move, now 15th. Black Pan 36 is climbing up to 8th place. The Critical Egg and Black Panther Fan 36 are fighting hard for that spot. Hingle McCringleberry and Daisy Chains are locked in a close duel for 24th. Wow. Mafia Mavi took the checkered flag. Yes, all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Mafia Mavi really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on that impressive victory. You drove like a true champion today. And for those claiming a car, Amy, you absolutely dominated with the most overtakes. You've earned yourself a classic. The 1976 Surtees TS19 from F1976 is all yours. Enjoy cruising in style. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the Lola T9500. It just has that classic race car look, and a bit of that vintage charm that might give it an edge on a track like Donington Park. The other two are also solid contenders, but nothing says race winner quite like a Lola when it comes to those mid-90s open-wheel machines. Alright, this is an interesting matchup. The Penske PC23 is quite a legendary car, known for its balanced performance back in the day. The Reynard 95i also has its reputation for agility. Considering this is AI racing, I'd say the car's characteristics could be the deciding factor here. The Penske may have the edge with its stability and track record, but the Reynard's agility could give it a sneaky advantage around Donington's corners. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it comes down to who hits their marks better. But if I had to pick, I'd lean slightly toward the Penske for its overall power and stability. Let's see if the AI can surprise us today. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Donington Park. National with Queen Manda on pole in a 1995 Lola T95.0.0. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the AI chaos will shake things up. Queen Manda has taken an early lead. Itka 77 is holding strong in second, and Rob Swizzle is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Rob Swizzle is climbing to second place. Renault T4 is also moving up to fourth. Pingo McCringleberry is making a move to eighth. Queen Manda is leading in her Lola T9500 with a perfect lap time. She's holding a comfortable gap at the front, so her race looks smooth so far. Karunen is driving a Reynard 95-1, currently in 16th place. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the leaders and haven't made any notable moves yet. The car class seems pretty evenly matched with all drivers using similar models, so it's more about driver skill and strategy. Donington Park National's tight corners probably favor those with better control and finesse, rather than raw power. Amy, just gained a spot and is now in 14th place. Amy and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail, fighting for 13th. Pippi Langstrom is driving a Penske PC23 and is currently in the 15th position. Their lap time is a bit slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Lemon Cult Games is driving a Reynard 95i and is currently in 11th place. Their fastest lap is just a bit quicker than some ahead, but they're stuck behind a few cars. Looks like they're hanging in there. Amy is driving a Reynard 95i and is currently in the 16th place. She's just ahead of me and seems to be holding a steady pace but not making any big moves. Ikar77 is driving a Lola T95001 Tunnel. They are currently in 3rd place, but their fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady but might need a push to catch up. Well, look at that. Quimanda just took the top spot. Clearly, they're the queen of the track today. Well done. Wow, Quimanda really pulled it off. Congratulations on the win, you've got some serious racing skills. And for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, Black Panther Panther 6, you snagged the 1995 Penske PC23. That's a classic IndyCar's beauty. Amy, you did the most overtakes, so you get the 1995 Reynard 95. Wow. Nice work, everyone! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because the tight corners and quick turns at Willow Springs Horse Thief Mile demand a car that can navigate sharply and stay glued to the road. Power is good, but if the car can't finesse these tricky sections, it won't matter how fast it goes in a straight line. So, good traction, precise steering and stability are what I'd value most here. Ooh, this is a classic matchup. Both of these cars have that vintage charm, but the Crossell 15F has a reputation for being a bit more nimble and well-balanced, especially on tight tracks like Willow Springs Horse Thief Mile. The Lola T190 is no slouch though, with its sleek design and solid performance from the same era chip. Given the track and the car's characteristics, I'd say Penske Motorsport's Crossell might have a slight edge here, especially if it can capitalize on its agility around those corners. But don't count out the critical leg in that Lola. It could surprise us with some vintage racing magic. Let's see who's got the better driver instincts. Oh wait, it's I. This is all about the machine magic today. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Willow Springs Horse Thief Mile, and leading the pack is Hingle McCringleberry in a 1968 McKee Mark 12, showing off that classic Formula 5000 style. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if these AI cars have other plans. Hingle McCringleberry has taken an early lead. Maya is holding second place, trying to keep up. Brenda Booster is in third, but expects some early battles to shake things up. Lian Yashin and Amy are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Apex Milkbag and Amy are swapping positions for 7th. Zerk Gaming Gate and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Weniyai Tapsumbongix just overtook someone to take 8th place. Bezidnis Artwo is now in 12th after a move up. No! Hive has climbed to 16th. Looks like the field is shifting nicely. Pippi Langstrom is dropping back to 16th place. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are still nose-to-nose for the lead. Zerk Gaming Gate is climbing up to 10th place. Pippi Langstrom just made a bold move and took the lead. Maya and Cometwe are now nose-to-tail for 2nd place. It's a tight squeeze. Besidnitz Atu is driving a 1966 McLaren M10A, a classic but slightly older model. They are currently in the 14th place, so the race isn't exactly a sprint for them. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise. Maya is storming to the front, now in 1st place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is not far behind, also climbing up 3 spots to 2nd. Brenda Booster is making a move, grabbing 3rd after passing 3 cars. The top 3 are shaping up nicely. Zombush 86 is driving a 1969 Legrand Mark 11. They're currently in 13th place and seem to be holding steady, but no real threats or overtakes in sight. Zombush 86 is closing in on Apex Milkbag, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. They are nose-to-tail for 10th place, so expect some fireworks soon. Amy is now in 5th place. Weni Tapsumbongdix has climbed to 7. Zombush 86 is closing in on the top 10, now in 10th. Zombush 86 is climbing up to 8th place. Apex Milkbag is now in 10th. Looks like some steady progress. The Critical Egg is driving a Lola T190 from 1968. Their race looks pretty rough with the slowest lap time and a position near the back. Zerk Gaming Gate is in 11th place with the fastest lap, so he's making a push but still has some ground to cover. The Formula 5000 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track's tight corners and quick transitions favor the more agile cars like the Surtees TS5 and Eagle Mark V. The slower cars are struggling to keep up with the pace. Zerkamingigate is in 11th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute and 5 seconds. Their car is an Eagle Mark V, which is pretty quick on a good day. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. The tight corners and quick chicanes at Willow Springs are favoring those with sharp handling and quick lap times. The leaders are pulling ahead with consistent fast laps, while the backmarkers struggle to keep pace. Wow, Maya, looks like you're the fastest thing on 4 wheels today. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Maya for taking the top spot. Well done on that impressive race. Penske Motorsport, you've earned yourself a classic piece of racing history with that 1968 Crossell 15F. I hope you're ready to cherish and maybe even show off that beauty. Great race, everyone, and stay tuned for more AI action. Sure! Did you know that the Okayama GP track is famous for its super tight and challenging corners? It's like the track is saying, hey, if you think you're good, prove it here. It really tests a driver's skill and bravery, especially around that hairpin turn, which is almost a full 180 degrees. Perfect place to see some daring overtakes or spectacular crashes, depending on your mood. Alright, we've got Hingle McCringleberry in a Ford Mustang and Mobius in a Chevrolet Camaro. Going head to head at Okayama GP, both cars are pretty powerful American muscle options, so this will be an interesting race. The Mustang has a slight edge with its handling and straight line speed, but the Camaro isn't far behind and can surprise us with its agility. I'm gonna lean towards the Mustang taking the lead early and holding on to it for most of the race. But hey, it's AI racing, so anything can happen. Who do you think will take the checkered flag? Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Okayama GP, and leading the pack is Lian Yashin in the Trans Am class, sitting on pole with the 2021 Ford Mustang. She's got an early lead, but let's see if anyone can catch up. Lian Yashin has shot off the line to take the lead. Penske Motorsport is holding strong in second. I'm currently in third place, trying to keep up with the front runners. Penske Motorsport and Lian Yashin are nose to tail for the lead. Nouveau for Life and I are swapping positions for third place. Hang on! Abigail Killens and DG Lone Wolf are locked in a fierce fight for fifth. Maya just overtook someone to climb into second place. Abigail Killens is also making moves up to fifth. Hingle McCringleberry is inching into seventh. Hingle McCringleberry and DG Lone Wolf are nose to nose for sixth. Hingle McCringleberry and DG Lone Wolf are nose to nose for sixth place. Deluxe Combo is inching up to take ninth. Amy and Deluxe Combo are also fighting for ninth, so things are getting crowded back there. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to sixth place. Wangatang 7272 has moved up to 12th. Pippi Langstrom and Wangatang 7272 are locked in a close fight for 12th. Orange Funk has moved up one spot to 20. Waifuana also gains one position to 24. Waifuana and Aminsan are battling closely for 23. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang, same as most front runners. Looks like they're holding steady in 11th place, not making any big moves but staying in the mix. The Trans Am cars are dominating the front with Leon leading and Maya close behind, showing their strength on this track. WTC cars are mostly lagging behind, likely struggling with the track layout or car performance. Abigail Killens and New for Life are nose to nose for fourth place. Amy and Deluxe Combo are locked in a close fight for ninth. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Abigail Killens, closing the gap by 1/3 seconds. Amy is climbing up to ninth place. Deluxe Combo and Amy are locked in a close fight for ninth position. Abigail Killens is climbing to fourth place. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to New for Life, closing the gap by a second and a half. Tata 61 is chasing Pippi Langstrom, narrowing the distance by 2 seconds. Tata 61 and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a tight duel for 13th place. Orange Funk is really closing the distance on Thomas Morin now. The gap is shrinking fast. Amin Sun just overtook someone and is now in 22nd place. The Trans Am cars are clearly dominating the top spots with Leon leading and Maya close behind. The track seems to favor these muscle cars with their straight-line speed and handling. The WTC cars are struggling to keep up, likely due to less power and grip on this circuit. Zealand Fox 213 is driving a 2006 Alfa Romeo 156. Their race looks steady but not particularly fast, currently in 26th place with a lap time of 1 minute 47 seconds and 412 thousandths. Orange Funk just overtook Thomas Moran for the 18th place. They are now nose to tail in this close fight. Thomas Moran is driving a 2006 Alfa Romeo 156 Touareg. He's currently in the 18th place, a bit behind the leaders, and his fastest lap is around 1 minute 45 seconds. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the top pack. Ingo McCringleberry is holding a slight edge over Ian Mobius, but it's close enough for a dramatic finish. Both are pushing hard, so expect some fireworks in the final lap. Ingo is holding a slight edge over Ian Mobius, but with only one lap to go, anything can happen. Looks like Hingel's been quicker overall, but Ian Mobius is right behind, ready to pounce if Hingel slips. Lian Yashin is leading the race in a 2021 Ford Mustang from the Trans Am Plastic. She's been consistent and quick, with the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like she's in control. Congratulations, Lian Yashin. You really sped past the competition and took the win at Okayama. GP, well done. Wow! Lian Yashin really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on your win, Lian. You totally deserved it. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, Amy. You crushed it with the fastest lap. That 2021 Chevrolet Camaro Trans Am is all yours, so enjoy the speed. And Hingle McCringleberry, winning the bet race means you get a 2021 Ford Mustang Trans Am. Pretty sweet deal, right? Great job, everyone. This race was totally turbocharged. Sure. Did you know that the 2020 Lamborghini CN-FKPP37 is actually Lamborghini's first hybrid supercar? It combines a V12 engine with electric power, which means it's both insanely fast and a little bit eco-friendly. If you can believe it. It's like the car version of a superhero with a secret gadget in its cape. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Hurry up or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. On one hand, we've got Cherifa Kitten in a 2005 Pagani Zonda 8. An absolute beauty with a reputation for being a beast on the track. But it's also a bit older, so who knows how its handling holds up against the newer machine. And then there's Ivexema in a 2014 McLaren 650 CS. That's a supercar with some serious speed and advanced tech, so you'd think it has the edge in a race like this. In terms of pure performance, I'd say the McLaren probably has the advantage thanks to its newer engineering and more modern aerodynamics. But you never know with AI racing. Sometimes the underdog surprises us. So, my bet is on I have Ixema to take the win. But I wouldn't count out Sheriff a Kitten just yet. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Albert Park, and it looks like Sikopol is starting on pole. In a 2017 Ferrari 812, super fat. Hopefully, that red beast can hold its lead. Sikopol has shot out in front, leading the race. Maria Koblech is holding strong in second place, while Crazy Eagle Fan is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a good start for the top three. Pumpkin Off Glory is climbing up to 6th place now. They're neck and neck with Schmerzenlife for 5th. New for Life and Pumpkin Off Glory are also fighting for 6th. This race is getting spicy. Amy is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to reach 13. Pumpkin of Glory is advancing 1 spot to 5th. Ingo McCringleberry is also moving up 1 spot to 9th. Ihava Exema and Amy are nose to tail for 12th place. Maya is closing in on them from behind. Sheriff a Kitten just gained 1 spot and is now in 13th. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing to 8th place. Amy is now in 11th. Amin Sen has moved up to 14th. Maya is sticking close to Penske Motorsport. Looks like a tight squeeze coming up. Amin San and Ihavik Exema are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Amy is closing in on Joey Pastrami, chipping away at that gap. Coffee Kitten is trying to hold off Penske Motorsport, but Penske inching closer. The race for 15th is heating up with both racers pushing hard. Schmerzenlife is climbing to 5th place. Ingo McCringleberry and New for Life are fighting for 7th. Gigurate Sport is cutting down the gap to Hingle McCringleberry by over a second. Pumpkin Off Glory is climbing to 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now 6th after gaining 2 spots. Amy is up to 9th after moving 1 position forward. Timborghini Tuba is racing a vintage Lamborghini Miura P400 S8. They're in the 18th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack, but still hanging in there. Ingo McCringleberry is gaining ground on Pumpkin of Glory and has closed the gap by 1.2 seconds. Amy has just moved up 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Schmerzenlife is holding on to 7th place, but Amy is right behind, ready to pounce. Aminzan and Joey Pastrami are nose to nose for 11th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Inga McCringleberry is closing in on Pumpkin O'Flurry and has cut the gap by 1.5 seconds. Aminzan has moved up 1 spot to 11th place. I am also climbing 1 spot to 13th place. Zikapal is leading in a 2017 Ferrari 812, super fast with a fastest lap of 2:11.132. Looks like he's maintaining a solid pace and holding a comfortable lead. Amy is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry fast, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Aminzan has climbed 2 spots and is now in 9th place. Gigareta Sport and New for Life are nose to tail for 10th position. Looks like a tight squeeze. Amy is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry with a quick 1.1 second improvement. Aminzan just climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Joey Pastrami is closing the gap on Figurati Sport, also by 1.1 seconds. Penske Motorsport is driving a 1993 Dauer 962 LM, a vintage race car, Dor L. They're currently in the 16th place, a bit behind the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the modern street cars. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 5th place. Pumpkin O'Flurry and Hingle are nose to nose for that spot. Aminzan is chipping away at Amy's lead, now just 1.5 seconds behind. Amy just moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Aminzan is closing the gap on Pumpkin O'Flurry by 2.3 seconds. Gigareta Sport and New for Life are locked in a fierce fight for 10th place. Wow, Zikapal really outpaced everyone else. Guess they're the new king of Albert Park. Well done. Wow, Zikapal took the victory. Congratulations! That was an impressive race finish. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Hingle McCringleberry, you nailed the fastest lap and can claim the 2020 Apollo Intensa Emozione. Aminzan, your skill in overtaking really stood out, so you also get to claim the same amazing car. Well done to both of you. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in or forever hold your peace. Don't make me start assigning you a random ride based on my mood. Alright, this is an interesting matchup. The McLaren MP410 is a pretty iconic car from the 90s, known for its aerodynamic design and solid performance. The Tyrrell 023, on the other hand, was not quite as flashy but had its moments of reliability. Given the track and the cars, I'd probably give the edge to that Serena with the McLaren. Its design and engineering from that era tend to be a bit more refined for racing conditions. But who knows if Mighty Chunk manages a clever strategy or a little AI magic? It could surprise us. Let's see how those digital engines behave. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Castlecombe, and up front we have Pippi Langstrup in the pole position, driving a 1995 Jordan 95. Looks like she's ready to show those AI drivers how it's done. Pippi Langstrup is leading the race with a solid start. Georgina Miracles is right behind in second place, not letting her get away. Senor Flip Flopona 100 2020 is holding on to third, but I bet they're already eyeing those top spots. Senor Flip Flopona Huta in 2020 just snuck into second place. Maya and Georgina Miracles are still nose to nose for third. Skozar Ops is climbing up to sixth. Maya is now in third place, climbing up one spot. Amy and Unstable are battling closely for 12th. Mighty Chunk has gained 2 positions and is now in 14th. Maya is now in second place, closing the gap. Senor Fiplopona 100 2020 and Maya are nose to nose for that second spot. That Serena is making a move up to 15th. Unstable sneaks up one spot to 11. Life. And Unstable are nose to tail for 11. Amy and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 12. Lian Yashin is driving a Williams FW17, starting in 4th place. Her race looks steady so far, sitting in 5th and staying close to the leaders. That's Alti Serena is driving a McLaren MP410. Their race seems to be stalled with no lap time recorded, likely stuck or having technical issues. Unstable and Bill the Old Guy are nose to tail for 10th place. Amy and Unstable are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. No one's giving an inch. That's Altizernia is driving a McLaren MP410, which is known for its aerodynamic efficiency. They're currently in the middle of the pack, holding 16th place, and their fastest lap is just under a minute. Looks like they're trying to keep it steady. Lian Yashin is climbing to 4th place. Georgina Miracles and Lian are nose to nose for that spot. Buchitsero is also making a move, now in 8th. Scalzer Ops and Geoguy Numericals are nose to tail for 5th place. Amy and Unstable are locked in a close fight for 11th. That's Altizarena just gained 1 spot to move into 14th. Scalzer Ops is climbing up to 5th place. Simplimachus is now in 15th. Hingle McCringleberry is knocking on the door of 16th. Unstoppable Amy and Unstable are nose to nose for the 11th spot. Simplimachus is inching closer to That Salty Serena, closing the gap by just over a second. Maya is holding second, but with the fastest lap, looks like he's saving some fuel for a late push. That Salty Serena is holding a slight lead over Mighty Chunk, but with only 1 lap left, it's anyone's game. Serena's got the pace, but Chunk isn't giving up yet. Wow, Pippi Langstrumpf just won the race. Looks like even the fastest need to watch out for her. Well done. Wow, Pippi Langstrumpf really pulled off an amazing victory. Congrats to them. That was some impressive driving. And Maya, congratulations on that fastest lap. The 1995 Williams FW17 is a legendary car to claim. Looks like this race just got a whole lot more interesting. Who's going to step up next and claim that shiny prize? The 2020 Aston Martin Victor is like the ultimate design throwback, because it's a one-of-a-kind masterpiece that perfectly blends classic style with modern engineering. It's basically a rolling piece of artwork that pays homage to the golden age of luxury cars, but don't be fooled. Underneath that vintage look, it's packing some serious power. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your pick now if you haven't already, or you might end up with the car nobody wants. Hurry up before the countdown runs out. Wow, this is quite the matchup. We have Pippi Langstrumpf driving a 2012 Zenvo T1, known for its raw power and aggressive lines. On the other hand, Penske Motorsport is behind a 2017 Lamborghini Huracan Performante, which is all about handling and precision. Honestly, the Zenvo has a reputation for being a bit unpredictable but incredibly fast in a straight line. The Lamborghini, however, is probably more balanced and might excel in the twists and turns of Deep Forest Raceway Reverse. If I had to bet, I would lean towards Penske Motorsport and the Lamborghini because of its agility around those tricky corners. But don't count out Pippi in the Zen though. If she can unleash that power at just the right moment, she could definitely make things interesting. So, my gut says the Lamborghini might take this one, but anything could happen in this race. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at Deep Forest Raceway Reverse, and leading the pack is Lian Yashin in a 2012 Zenbos T1. She's starting on pole, so let's see if she can hold on to that lead, or if the other supercars will give her a run for her money. Bees McGee has shot off the line to take the lead. Lian Yashin is holding strong in second place. Amy is in third, trying to keep up but already a bit behind the front runners. Move for Life is making a bold move, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Cherokee Kitten is also climbing fast, now in 9th after her own 3-car overtaking spree. Autumn Thunderbird has gained 1 spot, and is now in 3rd. Autumn Thunderbird is climbing fast into 2nd place. Pippi Langstrumpf is also making moves into 4th. New for Life is gaining ground, now in 5th after a 2-spot jump. Down Talk West is climbing to 11th place. Marmoyuda is catching up to 13th. Looks like some steady progress. For Life is climbing to 4th place. Cherokee Kitten is also moving up to 6th. Cherokee Kitten and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to nose for 5th. Cherokee Kitten is climbing up to 5th place. Nerpinkwolf is inching closer to Hot Bolognese, closing the gap by just over a second. Lian Yashin is closing in on Autumn Thunderbird, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Amy and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Hot Bolognese is climbing up 1 spot to take 8th. Hot Bolognese is now 7th place. Merida has moved up to 11. Hingle Me Kringleberry is closing in on Down to Quest, cutting the gap by over a second. Hot Bolognese and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to tail for 6th place. Down to Quest just snuck into the top 12, climbing 1 spot. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 2nd place. She and Bees McGee are locked in a fierce fight for the lead. Cherokee Kitten is also making moves, now in 4th. Autumn Thunderbird is closing in fast on Lian Yashin, cutting the gap by 8.7 seconds. Down Talk West just moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Penske Motorsport and Down Talk West are now locked in a tight battle for 9. Down Talk West climbs to 8th place. Now Pinkwolf is closing the gap to Penske Motorsport by a second. They are locked in a fierce fight for 10th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Cherry Kitten are nose to tail for 4th place. Mare Pink Wolf is climbing up to 10th. Mare Moida is also on the move, now 11. Movalife is driving a 2015 Dodge Challenger Hellcat and currently in 6th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any dramatic moves yet. Pippi Langstrumpf just overtook someone to take 5th place. Hot Bolognese and New Fur Life are nose to nose for 6th. Mare Moida is climbing to 10th. Hot Bolognese just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Amy is now in 8th after climbing 1 spot. Mare Pink Wolf and Moida are nose to nose for 10th place. Looks like a close fight. Cherry Kitten is really closing the gap on Autumn Thunderbird. Looks like a battle brewing. Hot Bolognese just jumped to 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Down Turquoise also gaining ground, moving up to 8th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Wow, Bees McGee really outpaced everyone. Looks like they were just too quick to catch. Congratulations on the win! Congratulations Bees McGee on winning the race. You really drove that AI car to victory. Well deserved. And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrumpf for winning the bet race. You now get to claim the 2012 Zenvos T1 Atus T1. That's quite the prize. Hope you've got a garage big enough for it. A fun fact about the 2019 Ferrari 488 GT4 is that it's essentially a race car that looks like it means business, but is also designed to be a bit more affordable for amateur racers. It packs a turbocharged V8 engine that produces around 600 horsepower, and it's been a fan favorite because of its balance and handling. Basically, it's the kind of car that makes you feel like you're ready to conquer any track, even if you're just trying not to spin out. Alright folks, better choose your favorite car now before time runs out. Don't want to miss out on your chance to see the ultimate race champ. Hurry up, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left in the end. Alright, so we have Hingle McCringleberry in a 28 KTM Crossbow GT4 and Leon Yashin in a 2018 Ford Mustang G4. Looking at their cars, the KTM Expo is known for its agility and lightweight design, which might give it an edge on a twisty circuit like Baskerville. The Mustang, on the other hand, is heavier and more powerful, potentially benefiting from straight-line speed, but maybe losing out on sharp corners. I'm leaning toward the KTM for its nimbleness, but hey, the Mustang's muscle shouldn't be underestimated. It's a close call, but I think the race might come down to how well each driver handles their machine, rather than just raw horsepower. My money's on Hingle in the KTM, but I wouldn't be shocked if Leanne pulls off a surprise. Alright folks, J-Seal Gaming is on pole in the 2018 Ford Mustang GT4 at Baskerville. Let's see if they can hold that lead or if the pack will catch up. The race kicks off with New for Life taking the lead, followed closely by Jail Gaming second and Hingle McCringleberry in third. Looks like a tight start already. Hingle McCringleberry is holding on to third place, but Amy is right behind in fourth. Leanne Yashin just snuck into fifth and is closing the gap to Amy. The fight for fourth and fifth is heating up. Maya just overtook Leanne Yashin to move into fifth place. The fight for fifth is heating up with both racers pushing hard. Penske Motorsport and Pippi Langstrom are neck and neck for seventh place, trading positions every lap. Architect and Aerotech are nose-to-nose for 10th place. KCAR just climbed one spot to 12th. Hymies and Buffin and 19 are locked in a close fight for 13th. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 7th place. Architect is now in 10th. Hymas has moved up to 13th. Maya is currently in 6th place with the KTM Crossbow GT40. Looks like she's holding her own among the KTM squad. No major drama so far, just steady progress. KCAR and Aerotech are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Lindsay caught 21, just snuck past to take 14. Okinabaka is also climbing up to 16. Hymies is climbing up to 12th place. Okinabaka is now in 15. Looks like some steady gains. Architect is closing in on D. Joan Wolf, cutting the gap by 1/4 seconds. Hymies is climbing one spot to 11. James Mayo is making a 2-position jump to 15. The tight corners and quick chicanes seem to favor the KTM Expos, as seen by the top 3 positions. The Mustangs are holding steady, but the smaller cars are gaining ground through technical sections. James Mayo just nudged into the top 15. Lindsay Koniwan is right behind, and they're nose to tail for that same spot. Looks like a little showdown brewing. Hingle McCringleberry just overtook Amy for 3rd place. Looks like the battle is heating up. Pace C. RR is now in 12th, inching closer to the top 10. Hymies is driving a 2012 Mini Cooper Challenge. They are currently in 12th place, and their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders in their class. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Gaming is in a Ford Mustang GT4, starting from the first position. They're holding on to second place just behind the leader. Looks like they're maintaining a solid pace with the fastest lap of 1 minute and 4.7 seconds. Nouveau Life is clearly in control with the fastest lap, but he better watch out for Gaming closing in. Hippie Langstrup is climbing to 7th place. Hymise is now in 10th. Looks like some steady progress. The track's tight corners seem to favor the KTM Expos, as they're holding their ground despite the Mustang and Maserati trying to break away. Wow, looks like New for Life just took the crown. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow, what an incredible performance from New for Life. They really did it all. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes. That's a triple crown in the racing world, folks. Congratulations to them for such a dominant display. And a big shout out to New for Life for snagging the fastest lap time. They're now the proud owner of a 2016 Maserati Gran Turismo MC. Hope they enjoy cruising in style. Not to forget Hingle McCringleberry, who took home the win in the bet race. They're claiming a 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4. Looks like some solid rides are heading to our top performers today. Well done, everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability because Road Atlanta GP has some really tight turns and elevation changes. Speed is important, but if your car can't grip and turn smoothly through those twists, you'll be stuck in the pack. Acceleration also matters a lot coming out of those sharp corners to make up time on the straights. Overall, a balanced setup that prioritizes agility and grip will give your car the best chance to shine here. Oh wow, this is like the battle of vintage giants. The Auto Union Type C is notorious for its speed and agility, especially in a track like Road Atlanta, which favors quick corners. On the other hand, the Mercedes-Benz W125 is a powerhouse with incredible straight-line speed and stability. Honestly, I'd say it's a close call, but the Mercedes might just have the edge in flexibility and overall performance. Still, with these old-timers, anything can happen. Maybe Hingle McCringleberry will surprise us all and drift his way to victory. We'll see. Alright, everyone, the race kicks off at Road Atlanta with Salmon leading the pack in pole position. He's behind the wheel of a classic 1938 Auto Union Type D. So expect some vintage speed and style as we get underway. Samun has shot off the line to take the lead. Kufo is right behind in second place. And a windstorm is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. A windstorm is climbing to second place. Katsuma Girl is now third. Jet Algaming is pushing into fourth. Looks like the top four are all on the move. A windstorm is now in first place. Move for Life has climbed to 10th. Max Pirelli is now in 12th. Wolf of Echo advances to 15th place. Lian Yassin and Sir Gamingiate are locked in a close fight for 18th. La Riche climbs to 20th place. Jeta Gaming and Kazuma Girl are nose-to-nose for third place. Wangatang 7272 just climbed one spot to 6th. Wangatang 272 and Cheriffa Kitten are locked in a close fight for 5th. Yates Elgaming is climbing fast into second place. Wangatang 7272 and Cheriffa Kitten are still nose-to-nose for 5th. Maya is inching up to 8th, making a little progress. Cheriffa Kitten is climbing fast into 3rd place. Kufo is also making moves, now in 5th. And Maya is inching up to 7th. Looks like the race is heating up. Chubby Boy RJ and Sunboard Bowie are nose-to-nose for 22nd place. Gabby the Minimac and Bufu 19 are locked in a close fight for 26th. Amy just gained one spot, now in 28th. Katsuma Girl just overtook someone and is now in 3rd place. Cheriffa Kitten and Kazuma Girl are nose to tail, fighting for 3rd. Wolf of Echo and X Ragnaroks are wheel to wheel for 12th. Cheriffa Kitten just overtook someone to claim 3rd place. Wangatang 7272 is also climbing up to 5th. Kufo and Wangatang 7272 are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Looks like a close fight. Nyalito Tep 98 is climbing fast up to 12th place. Zert Gamingait and Hingul McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 16th. Calicom Bunny is inching up to 20. New for Life is climbing up to 8th place. Max Spirally is also advancing, now in 9th. Tranquility and Max Spirally are nose-to-nose for 9th. Katsuma Gil and Cheriffa Kitten are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Lirache is climbing up to 17th. Bufina Netin is making a move to 25th. Katsuma Girl just overtook someone to grab 3rd place. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Sunboard Bowie. The gap shrinking by 1.2 seconds. Hippie and some board boy are nose to tail for 22nd spot. Wangat Tang Savan 272. And Cherifakitten are nose to tail for 4th place. Wolf of Ako and Nyarlathot Pepnani 8 are locked in a fierce scrap for 12th. Zerkamingate is chipping away at Penske Motorsport, closing the gap by a second and a half. Congratulations, Owen Storm. Looks like you were just too fast for everyone else. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow, what a fantastic race. Congratulations to Owen Storm for taking the win. Well done on that victory, you really drove your way to the top. And a big shout out to New 4 Life for the most overtakes. You've earned yourself a classic 1937 Auto Union Type C from the Grand Prix era. That's quite the legendary car to add to your collection. Keep racing, everyone. This is getting more exciting by the second. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Valencia street circuit has tight corners and swift chicanes that require precise maneuvering. Acceleration also plays a big role since quick bursts out of the corners can make a difference. Top speed is less critical here because the track isn't overly long. But overall balance between speed and control is key for a smooth race. Alright everyone. If you haven't picked your car yet, you better hustle because the clock's ticking. Don't miss your chance to see which AI driver will dominate the race. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, so we've got Leanne in a classic Dodge Viper and Scrooge Champ in a Lotus Esprit V8. The Viper is known for its raw power and brute strength, but the Lotus is all about agility and finesse. On a circuit like Valencia Street, where handling and cornering matter a lot, I'd lean towards the Lotus. It's the type of car that can dance through tight curves while the Viper might struggle a bit more with its size and weight. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Maybe the Viper is going to surprise us with some unexpected speed. Still, I'd put my money on the Lotus Esprit. It's got that sleek, nimble advantage that could turn the race in its favor. Who do you think is going to come out on top? Alright everyone, we're kicking off at the Valencia Street Circuit with Aidsley leading the pack in a 1995 rough CTR2. Looks like a classic showdown between the old school supercars. Stay tuned to see if he can hold on to that first place. Aisley has shot off the line to take the lead. Amy is holding second place, trying to keep up. I am currently in third, hanging on for now. Love for Life is closing in on Yam Chubby Panda for 5th place. Linche 21 is making a move towards the top 10, now in 8th. The fight for 5th is heating up. Ingle McCringleberry and New for Life are still neck and neck for 4th place. New for Life just made a move up 1 spot to take over Fowler. Blinchicott 21 is climbing fast, up 2 spots to sit in 6th. Crazy Idol Fan just climbed to 7th place. Blinchicott 21 and Crazy Idol Fan are nose to nose for 6th. Pippi Langstrom is sneaking into 8th. Blinchicott 21 just overtook someone to take 5th place. Yum Chubby Panda is climbing fast into 7th. Neotexum is making progress into 11th. Blinchicott 21 is climbing up to 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry just moved up to 5th. No for Life and Hingle are still nose to nose for 5th place. Crazy Idol Fan just overtook 2 cars and is now in 6th place. New for Life and Crazy Idol Fan are nose to tail for 6th. Pippi Langstrom and Yum Chubby Panda are fighting hard for 8th. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone to take 8th place. Pippi Langstrom and Love for Life are nose to nose for 7th. Neotexum is climbing up to 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Crazy Idol Fan just overtook someone to take 5th place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 7th. No Lavi is making a move to 14th. Things are getting interesting. Crazy Eagle Fan and Flinchicott 21 are nose to nose for 4th place. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by over a second. Neotexum is climbing up to 9th place. Neotexum and Move for Life are battling it out for 8th. Crazy Eagle Fan is climbing up to 4th place. Neotexum is now in 8th. Tokido Kibre has moved up to 14th. Tokido Kibre and Ulavi are nose to nose for 13th. Crazy Eagle Fan is climbing up to 3rd place. Tokido Kibre is making a move to 13th. Who's next to make a surprise jump? Neotexum is right behind. Pippi Langstrom, closing the gap by 1 second. Tokido Kibre and Agreeds 34 are locked in a fierce fight for the 12th spot. Tokido Kibre is holding off Agreeds 34 by a car length for 12th place. Penske Motorsport and Nulavai are nose to tail for 14th place. Crazy Eagle fan just overtook someone to take second place. Amy and Crazy Eagle fan are nose to nose for second. Hippie Langstrom is climbing up to 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is making a bold move up to 4th place. Crazy Eagle fan is closing in on Esley fast, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 4th. Congratulations to Esley on the victory. Looks like they really sped their way to the top. Well deserved. Wow! Exley took the win, amazing job. Congrats on that victory. And hey, Lian Yushin, you managed to win the bet race, so the 1995 Dodge Viper RT10 is yours. Seems like some pretty sweet retro rides are up for grabs today. Who's next to claim a car? Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, you might want to do it soon because the clock is ticking. Don't miss your chance to see which AI contender will take the crown. Make your pick, or forever hold your peace. Time's almost up. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Sitges Terramar Reverse Track. Lithocarp is on pole in a classic 1980 Lada 2106, so get ready for some vintage charm leading the pack. Pippi Langstrumpf is leading the race. Maya is right behind in second, and Lithocarp is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Lithocarp is now in first place. Penske Motorsport has moved up to second. Maya is right behind in third, and Penske Motorsport is trying to hold them off. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to third place. Marcus and Maya are locked in a close fight for fourth, while CB is advancing to sixth. Penske Motorsport is now in first place. Lithocarp and Penske Motorsport are still neck and neck for the lead. Maya and Pippi Langstrumpf are fighting hard for third place. Marcus just snuck into the top four. Looks like a smooth move. CB and Maya are nose to tail for fifth place. This is getting spicy. Meanwhile, Mimia Muidar and CB are locked in a close fight for sixth. Who will blink first? CB is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to third place. Mimia Muidar just gained 1 position to sixth. Lian Yashin is also making moves, up 2 spots to 8. Looks like Lian and I are neck and neck for 7th. This is getting interesting. Rowdy Zerolf just made a bold move up to 6th place. Marcus and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to nose for 4th. Mirimida and Rowdy Zerolf are also locked in a close fight for 6th. Rowdy Zerolf just gained 2 spots, and is now in 4th place. Marcus and Rowdy Zerolf are nose-to-tail fighting for that 4th position. Pippi Langstrumpf and Marcus are also locked in a close scrap for 5th. CB and Lithocarp are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Pippi Langstrumpf just overtook 1 car to sit in 5th. Mirimida is also climbing, moving up to 6th. CB is climbing to 2nd place. Rowdy Zerolf is chipping away at Lithocarp's lead, now just 1.5 seconds behind. Mir Muidar is making a move to 5th. Rowdy Zerolf and Lithocarp are nose-to-tail for 3rd place. Marcus just slipped into 6th, but Pippi Langstrumpf is right behind him, both fighting for the same spot. Rowdy Zerolf just gained 1 spot, and is now in 3rd place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Marcus are nose-to-nose for 6th. Krandalive and Pippi Langstrumpf are also fighting it out for 7th. Mir Muidar and Lithocarp are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Krandalive is climbing fast into 6th. Dr. Keeps Apawewe is making a move into 9th. Rowdy Zerolf and CB are nose-to-tail for 2nd place. Mimia Muidar is inching up to 4th. Dr. Keeps Apawewe is climbing to 7th. Rowdy Zerolf is holding a narrow lead over Wouk CB for second place. Amy and Lin Yaishin are locked in a close fight for 12th. K Boomper is slicing through the field, trimming the gap to Amy by over a second. K Boomper and Amy are now battling for 13th, with the gap shrinking fast. Rowdy Zerolf is climbing fast into second place. Grandilev is also making moves up to 5th. Lithocarp and Grandilev are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Mirohida is gaining on Wouk CB, closing the gap by a second and a tenth. Amy is climbing up to 12th place, making moves. K Boomper just overtook 2 cars and is now in 12th place. Amy and K Boomper are nose to nose. Looks like a close fight for 12. Congratulations to Penske Motorsport on their victory. Looks like they really know how to turn the race into their playground. Well done. Whoa, big congratulations to Penske Motorsport for taking the victory. They really drove their way to the top today. And look at that, Penske also snagged the fastest lap. I guess speed really does run in their circuits. As for the rest of you, the lucky drivers who can claim a car, it's now your turn to celebrate. Penske, you get the shiny 1986 Alfa Romeo 75 Tardo. Maya, thanks to my winning streak in the bet race, I get the classic 1989 Toyota Celica Dot. Time to add some vintage flair to the garage. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up and you don't want to miss out on the chance to see which AI vehicle will dominate the race. Get those selections in before it's too late. Well, this is quite the matchup. Leanne in her 2016 Lada Vesta versus me in the 2015 Mercedes-Benz a 45 AMG. The Mercedes is definitely the more powerful and stylish of the two. So I'd say I have the edge in terms of speed and handling. But hey, never underestimate the underdog. The Lada has a reputation for being surprisingly rugged and economical, so you never know what kind of surprises Leanne might have up her sleeve. However, in a race of this nature where speed and agility are key, I'd give the advantage to the Mercedes-Benz. Though, I'm betting on myself to take the win, but I wouldn't be too surprised if Leanne manages a plucky little upset. Alright, the race kicks off at Old Bridge Township Raceway Park, and leading the pack is the TCR class car driven by Noah for Life. He's starting on pole with that shiny 2018 Peugeot 308. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the AI racers have other plans. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Penske Motorsport in second, and D-Fizzers holding on to third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Calican Bunny and Crazy Sweetbutt are nose to tail for 8th place. Amy and Calican Bunny are fighting hard for 9. Wuchitsero and Amy are locked in a close scrap for 10th. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Globos Excel is closing in on the top 10. Ihave Exema is making a little progress but still far from the leaders. Ihave Exema is driving a 2004 Audi A4, which is quite the vintage choice. They're currently in the 20th place, so the race isn't exactly their strong suit today. Kikas Lady X3 is driving a Volvo S60 from 2008. She's currently in 17th place and seems to be holding her own among the WTC cars, but no overtakes yet. Stank it is racing a 2006 BMW 320, currently in 23rd place. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Radicero Activa Vixen is driving a 2007 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. They're currently in 19th place, so it looks like a tough race for them so far. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 2016 Lada Vesta. They are currently in 6th place and seem to be holding steady, not making any big moves or mistakes so far. Nuvu for Life is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Didets is driving a 2015 Subaru Impreza ST IRX. They're currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 13 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady, but not quite catching the leaders. Leanne is holding a slight lead over Maya. But Maya's fastest lap is quicker. Looks like a close finish is on the horizon. Ihave Exema is now in 18th place. Radicero Activa Vixen has climbed to 19. Rumia Fitz 13 is in 20th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Stanket is racing a 26 BMW 320 and is currently in the 22nd place. Looks like the car is holding steady but not making much progress. Buchitsero is driving a 2016 Lada Vesta, hanging around in the middle of the pack. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Crazy Sweetbutt is driving a Peugeot 308 from 2018. They're currently in 8th place and their fastest lap is 1:12.638. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite challenging the front runners. Wow, looks like new for life. Just took the checkered flag. Nice job, champ! Congratulations to Melby for life, for winning the race. That was some impressive driving, clearly the fastest of the age. Now, the drivers who can claim a car, listen up. Hingle McCringleberry, you nailed the fastest lap, so you can take home a 2007 Honda Civic FA. Nice work pushing the limits there. Lian Yaxin, you won the bet race, so you get a 2016 Lotta Vesta. A solid choice for winning that challenge. And Amy, for doing the most overtakes, you can claim a 2015 Seat Leon. Looks like a good haul for everyone. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your choices now or we'll be stuck with whatever AI picks for us. Don't say I didn't warn you when the cars start racing and it's all chaos. Well, we're talking about a classic showdown here. The Opel Commodore has that vintage charm and might be lighter on its feet, but the Dodge Challenger is bigger, more aggressive, and probably has a bit more raw power under the hood. At Kaizen Ring, where handling and agility matter, I could see the Commodore sneaking ahead if it can outmaneuver the Challenger. But if the Challenger manages to utilize its strength and momentum, it might just leave the Commodore eating its dust. Honestly, this one could go either way, so stay tuned. Alright folks, Hingle McCringleberry is kicking things off from pole position with a classic 1966 Shelby Cobra 427. See, expect some vintage muscle in this race at Kaizen Ring. Hingle McCringleberry has taken the lead right out of the gate. New for Life is holding strong in second, with Mission Man close behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already forming. Storyforge is climbing to 6th place. Pippi Langström and Tokidokibri are nose-to-nose for 11th. Wanabakido is inching into 15th. Wanabakido and Vargala Svet are locked in a tight fight for 14th. Taylor Strili is climbing up to 3rd place. Catgirl TM is now in 8th. Tokidokibri has moved into 10th. Americas and Gymnaster Thigamanang. Thousander nose-to-nose for 16th place. Americas just edged ahead. Akvaithi and Imdus Platinum are locked in a fierce fight for 21st. Akvaithi is holding the lead for now. Catgirl TM is climbing up to 7th place. Maya and Catgirl TM are nose to tail for that spot. Pippi Langström is making a move to 11th. Lian Yashin is climbing to 8th place. Maya and Lin Yashin are nose to nose for that spot. Maricus is inching up to 15th. Silver Gaming and Wanabakido are nose to tail for the 16th spot. Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios just climbed 1 place to 18th. Looks like Red 3 Boy and Silver P Gaming are now fighting for the 17th position. Tokidokibri advances to 9th place. Silver Gaming climbs to 16th. Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios moves into 17th. Hingle McCringleberry is having a rough time dropping back to 8th place. New for Life is climbing up to 1st place. Tales of Strili is also making moves, now in 2nd. Tokidokibri is climbing fast into 7th place. Pippi Langström is also making moves into 8th. And I am sneaking into 9th, just behind. The race is heating up. Indus Platinum is on the rise, now in 21st place after those 3 quick overtakes. Hingle McCringleberry is dropping like a stone, now in 23rd. Catgirl TM is climbing steadily, now in 4th place. Tokidokibri is now in 6th place. Pippi Langström is 7th. I am now in 8th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Mr. Roche is rapidly catching up to Penske Motorsport, closing the gap by 16.8 seconds. Wanabakido and Fishins are locked in a fierce fight for 17th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on the Empress, narrowing the distance by 140 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry and the Empress are battling it out for 22nd place. Missionman is now in 2nd place. Catgirl TM is gaining on Tales of Strili, closing the distance by over a second. Penske Motorsport is catching up to Amy, shrinking the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Lian Yashin is closing in on Indus Platinum fast enough to make it interesting. Tokidokibri is chipping away at Storyforge's lead, not quite ready to overtake yet. Penske Motorsport is narrowing the gap with Amy, but still a few seconds behind. Mission Man just overtook for the lead. New for Life and Mission Man are still nose-to-nose at the front. Eunice got to leads and Fishings are locked in a close fight for 17. Move with Villa Life just overtook for the lead. Looks like the top spot is getting a new owner. Ingle McCringleberry climbing up to 17. Imdust Platinum and one of a kiddo still locked in a fierce fight for 22nd. Lian Yeshin is rapidly catching Imdust Platinum, closing the gap by 6.4 seconds. Catgirl TM and Tales of Streley are nose-to-nose for third place. Amy is inching closer to Maya, chopping down the distance by 1.2 seconds. Takido Kibri is closing in on Story Forge, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Vargalasset are nose-to-nose for 12th place. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing 2 spots to 15. Ingle McCringleberry and Maricus are fighting hard for 14th. Wow, what a surprise. Congratulations on your victory. Whoa for life. Looks like you're the one to beat. Wow, New for Life really took that race by storm. Congratulations on the win. You earned it. Great job to everyone who competed. That was some high-speed drama. Lan Yeshishin, you're in luck. You got the fastest lap, so you can claim a vintage 1970 Opel Commodore from Group 4. Not a bad prize for just being the quickest on the track. Get ready to add it to your collection. Alright, so the 1966 Chinook Mark II is actually more famous for being a military transport helicopter. But let's pretend it's a race car for a sec. Fun fact? Well, if it were a race car, it would probably be the kind of vehicle that makes a lot of noise and takes up a lot of space, just like it does in the sky. It's built to carry heavy loads, so it'd probably be unstoppable in a cargo race, but in a high-speed race? Well, it'd be like bringing a bulldozer to a sprint. Classic overachiever in its own right. Wow, both of these cars are real classics. But I've got to say I'm leaning toward the McLaren M1B. It's a bit more modern in terms of design. And even though the Nissan R38 has that retro charm, the McLaren's probably got a slight edge in handling and agility. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. I'll be excited to see if the vintage charm can outlast the more sleek competitor. Who are you betting on? Alright folks, the race is underway at Alton Park Island. And leading the pack is the vintage ultralights class with Flanky Frankie behind the wheel. He's starting on pole with a classic 1965 Cooper Type 61 Monaco. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the modern madness. Flanky Frankie has shot to the front, holding the lead. Behind him, Move Life is in second place, trying to keep up. Ingle McCringleberry is currently in third, but don't blink or you'll miss the action. Rose Aris is on a roll, climbing up to 8th place. Kulukachu and Blaming Buddha are also making moves, both up 3 spots to 12th and 14th respectively. Looks like a busy race behind the leaders. Pippi Langstrom is having a rough time, dropping 6 places to 24th. Lian Yashin and Penske Motorsport are nose-to-nose fighting for 5th. Oscar Wolf is climbing 2 spots to 18th. Pippi Langstrom is making a move, and now in 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing steadily and is now in 2nd place. Zikapal is also moving up, now in 20th place after gaining 1 spot. Stephen Brinkley is closing in on Woe for Life and has cut the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Lian Yashin and Penske Motorsport are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Ren Kaori is climbing up to 8th, leaving some rivals in the dust. Pippi Langstrom is on a roll, climbing 8 places in no time. Lian Yashin is making her way to the top 4. And Amy is hot on her heels, now in 5th. The race is heating up. Maya is holding steady in 3rd place. Stephen Brinkley is now in 5th, closing in. Penske Motorsport is inching closer to the top 5. Rosaris is really eyeing Maya, now closing the gap by over a second. Pippi Langstrom is climbing fast, jumping 2 spots to 12. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 1966 McLaren M1, which is a classic race car known for its lightweight design and racing pedigree. They're currently in 5th place, so they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 5th place. Ren Kaori is also making moves, now in 7th. Yashishin and Ren Kaori are nose to tail for 7th. Looks like a battle is brewing. Pippi Langstrom is having a rough time and has dropped 7 places to 19. Maya and Lian Yoshin are nose to nose for 8. Rose Hours is gaining on 0 time alive, closing the gap by just over a second. Amy just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Penske Motorsport is also climbing up 1 spot. Ren Kaori and Stephen Brinkley are nose to nose for 6th. Rose Aris is gaining on 0 time alive, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Kurukachu is hot on Rosaris's tail, cutting the distance by 1.9 seconds. Zikapal is climbing up the ranks, moving into the top 17. Ren Kaori and Stephen Brinkley are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Rosaurus is chipping away at Zero Team Alive's lead, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Zikapal is climbing up the field, grabbing the 15th spot. Stephen Brinkley advances to 5th place. Ren Kaori and Wufalife are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Anaxagorax is closing the gap on Cthulhu Kachu, now just 1 second behind. Wufalife just overtook someone to take 5th place. Maya climbing 2 spots to 7th. Zero Team Alive also moving up 2 spots to 8th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Lian Yassin and Ren Kaori are neck and neck for 9th place. Oscar Wolf just gained 1 spot and is now in 18th. Scrooge Champ and Oscar Wolf are fighting hard for 18th. Ren Kaori is on a roll, overtaking 8 cars to take the lead. Blanky Frankie and Ren Kaori are nose-to-tail fighting for the top spot. Rosaurus just gained 1 position, now in 10th place. Well, look at that. Blanky Frankie has done it again, claiming victory at Alton Park Island. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well deserved. Wow, congratulations to Flanky Frankie. That was an incredible race. They really showed some serious skill out there. Now, big news for Amy. She pulled off the most overtakes today, so she's next in line to claim the vintage 1966 Chinook Mark II Toei. Looks like she's got a new ride to brag about. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. The streets of Willow Medium is known for its tight turns and technical sections. So a car that can maneuver precisely and stick to the road would have the upper hand. Power is important, but without good control through those tricky corners, even the fastest car would struggle to keep its position. So, agility and grip are what I'd prioritize. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time to jump in before the timer runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which AI masterpiece will dominate the track. Hurry up and make your pick. Oh, this is a classic battle of the vintage beasts. The Lamborghini Miura P400 is a real icon, known for its stunning design and impressive speed for its time. The Ferrari 250 LM, on the other hand, is a race-winning legend with a very fiery racing pedigree. Given the tracks at streets of Willow Medium, which favor agility and raw speed, I'd lean slightly toward the Ferrari. Its racing background and potentially lighter frame could give it an edge on those winding technical sections. But don't count out the Miura. Its mid-engine design was revolutionary, and might surprise us with some sleek handling around the curves. So, if I had to pick, I'd say the Ferrari 250 LM might just have the upper hand here. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, and those beautiful vintage machines, anything can happen. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Willow Springs streets of Willow Medium. Amy is starting on pole with the classic 1963 Ferrari 250 LM buckle up. It's about to get interesting with some vintage speed. The race kicks off with Amy taking an early lead, Renault T4 holding strong in second, and a car 77 rounding out the top three. Looks like a tight battle already. Renault T4 and the car 77 are nose to tail for second place. Maya is climbing up to 6th. Looks like she's got some extra juice today. Cloud Surfer 69 and Edie Liv are locked in a fierce scrap for 10th. New Wow for Life is climbing to 3rd place. Mission Men is now 7th. Cloud Surfer 69 has moved into 10th. The vintage street cars are holding their own on this track, but the mix of classic models might be causing some unpredictable overtakes and close battles. Shoto Todoroki 39 is climbing up to take the 19th place. Wendy's Tapsum Bong 6 and Rome Spider are locked in a close fight for the 21st spot. The vintage street cars are holding their own, but the track's tight corners and classic design probably favor the more agile models like the Shelby Cobra and Corvette. Overall, it's a mix of skill and nostalgia. Lily is driving a 1967 Chevrolet Corvette C2 Stingray. They are currently in the 18th place, trying to catch up but still a few spots behind the leaders. Wendy Thompson Bonxes is racing a 1965 Plymouth Belvedere Dorte. Their race looks pretty quiet so far, stuck in 18th place with no notable moves. Amy's leading and setting the pace. Looks like he's got this race under control unless someone else steps up. Bobardo is holding a slight lead over Mission Man, but with only 3 laps to go, it's anyone's game. Bobardo's got the speed, but Mission Man is right behind, ready to pounce. Bobardo is racing a 1966 Lamborghini Miura P400 Space. He's currently in 8th place and has the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like he's making some moves. Schmerzenliebe, a 1965 Plymouth Belvedere, and currently in the 21st place. Their lap time is quite slow at over a minute and 7 seconds, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Car 77 is inching closer to P3 now. Penske Motorsport and Car 77 are neck and neck. Looks like a close fight for 4th place. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing up nicely. Rome Spider and Shoto Todoroka 39 are nose to nose for 19. Looks like a close fight there. Amy's holding the lead and just set the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless someone pulls off a miracle. New for Life is driving a 1964 Shelby Cobra 427. They're currently in 3rd place and their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like they're holding their own in the pack. Bobardo has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Pippi Langstrup and Bobardo are battling closely for 8th place. Shiro Gamarazza has also gained 1 position, now in 10th. Renault T4 just overtook for the lead. Looks like the race is heating up between Renault T4 and Amy Dorada. Maya is holding steady in the middle of the pack. Bobardo and Mission Man are nose to tail. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Bobardo is driving a Lamborghini Miura P400C from 1966. He's currently in 8th place and has the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like he's making some moves. Mission Man and Penske Motorsport are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Fast Kitten TV is climbing up to 14th. Engel McCringleberry is chipping away at Lian Yashin's lead, closing the gap by a second. Wow, Amy. Looks like you're the queen of the streets now. Nice job winning that race. Wow, Amy really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations on that well-deserved victory. And since you also had the fastest lap, you get to claim the stunning 1963 Ferrari 250 LM. That's quite the prize for a race well run. Well done. Alright, here's a fun fact about the Nonstop track. It's one of the few circuits that has a unique layout with a long straight followed by a challenging curve that really tests a driver's skills. Plus, it hosted the Swedish Grand Prix in the late 70s and early 80s. So it's got a bit of Formula One history tucked into its corners. Not exactly a city street, but definitely a legend in its own right on the racing map. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time or forever hold your peace. Let's see which machine is going to dominate this race. Alright, this is quite the throwback showdown. Pippi Langstrumpf is behind the wheel of that vintage Rondeau M482, known for its lightweight agility and a touch of old-school charm. Meanwhile, Hingle McCringleberry has the 1983 Lancia LC1, a car that's as aggressive as the name suggests, and maybe a little more aerodynamic. Given the track is Anderstorp, which has a mix of fast straights and tight corners, I'd say the Lancia's raw power and sharp handling might give Hingle an edge. But don't count out Pippi's Rondeau. It's light and nimble, which could help navigate the twisty bits smoothly. In the end, I'd probably bet on Hingle with the Lancia for that extra punch on the straightaways. But hey, that Rondeau might surprise us with some vintage finesse. It's a game of skills and cars, so it could go either way. Let's see how these classics perform. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Anderstorp and Penske Motorsport is starting strong on pole with that vintage 1983 Sauber C7. Looks like they mean business early on. The race kicks off with Penske Motorsport leading the pack, followed closely by Amy in second place and New for Life holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move up to 5th place. Lian Yishin is not giving up easily, staying close behind. Amy and Penske Motorsport are still locked in a fierce fight for the top spot. Amy just snatched the lead. Looks like she's got the wind in her sails. New for Life and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for second place. This is getting spicy. Rosaurus is climbing up to 12th, making some moves through the pack. The Group C2 cars seem to have a clear advantage on this track with most top positions, while the Group A cars are trailing behind. The track likely favors the aerodynamics and power of the C2 class. Pippi Langstrumpf just overtook someone to take third place. Hingle McCringleberry is now 4th after climbing 1 spot. And I am moving up 2 spots to 5th. Looks like a little push for the top 5. Lian Yashin is now in 5th place, closing the gap. Maya and Lian are nose to tail, fighting for that 5th spot. Maya just gained 1 position and is now in 5th place. Lian Yashin and Maya are nose to nose for 5th. Tyler Drums 31 and Scrooge Champ are locked in a close fight for 13th. New for Life is closing in on Lian Yashin with a 1.2 second gap. Rosaurus has climbed 1 spot to 11th place. Lil Sprout and Rosaurus are locked in a fierce duel for 11th place. Lil Sprout advances to 11th place. Screwchamp climbs to 12th place. Tyler Drums 31 moves into 13th place. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Lancia LC1 from 1983. Looks like they're holding steady in 5th place, but no real moves yet. The race seems pretty stable for now. Penske Motorsport is closing in on Amy fast enough to make her sweat. Pippi Langström and Penske Motorsport are nose-to-nose for second place. Move for life. Just gained a spot, now sitting in 6th, looking to climb even higher. Pippi Langström just overtook for second place. Bing Shekoniwan is closing in on Yan Yashin fast, less than 2 seconds behind now. Scrooge Champ and Lil Sprout are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Rosaurus is driving a Nissan Skyline GT-RR 32 from 1990. They're currently in the last spot among group of races, and are quite a bit behind the leaders in terms of lap time. Looks like a tough race for them so far. The track's tight corners and long straights are favoring the Group C2 cars, especially the rondos. The Group A cars are struggling to keep up on the straights, causing a clear gap. Screwchamp is racing a Porsche 911 Carrera RSR. They're currently in the 13th place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace, just a bit behind the leader. Penske Motorsport is driving a 1983 Sauber C7 and is currently in 3rd place. They started in the first position and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 38 seconds, and 235 milliseconds. Their race looks steady but not quite catching the leaders. Move for Life and Maya are still neck and neck for 5th place. Lin Yashin is closing in fast on Move for Life and has cut the gap by 2.7 seconds. Now they are battling for 6th place and things are getting interesting. Wow, Amy, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win, champion. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag. Great job! And congratulations to Amy for also setting the fastest lap. Looks like they're the top dog today. Pippi Langström, you also won the bet race, so you get to claim that sleek 1984 Rondo M482. Not a bad haul for today's AI racing extravaganza. Who's ready for the next round? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Ebisu Higashi has a lot of tight turns and technical sections, so a car that can stick to the road and respond quickly to sharp maneuvers would definitely shine here. Top speed is fun, but being able to cut through those corners with precision really makes a difference. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost over, so make your choices quick before it's too late. Don't leave me stuck with the slow pokes. Well, this is quite the matchup. The Penske Motorsport with their 29 Alpina B6 GT3 is a solid choice, especially with that classic racing pedigree. But the NW4 Life's 2016 Porsche 911 GT3 R is like the cool kid on the block with more recent technology and probably a bit more agility. Given Ebisu Higashi's tricky corners and tight bends, I'd lean towards the Porsche for its modern handling. Still, don't count out the Alpina just yet. It could surprise us with some vintage racing spirit. I'd say the Porsche has a slight edge here. But hey, in AI racing anything can happen. Let's see which one crosses that finish line first. Alright everyone. Hingle McCringleberry is starting strong on pole with the 2015 Toyota GT86 GT3 at Ebisu Higashi. Let's see if the tiny car can hold off the pack. Hingle McCringleberry has jumped to the front, followed closely by Pippi Langstrom in second. Amy is holding a solid third place right now. The race is off to a quick start. Maya is now in third place, closing in on the leaders. Waffling Gottes has climbed to 9th. Its Bumblebee is making a move to 11th. Its Bumblebee is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang Deadline. They're currently in 11th place and seem to be holding steady, not making any big moves or mistakes so far. Lodi's driving a 2021 Ford Mustang and currently sits in the 12th place. Looks like she's holding her ground but not making any big moves yet. Panka Motorsport is holding 6th place, just ahead of No for Life in 7th. Looks like Penske has a slight edge for now, but it's still early. Anything can happen. Mimoyida is currently in 8th place, driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am class. The race looks tight with a lot of close competition, but Muramidar is holding steady without any overtakes so far. The tight corners and technical sections seem to favor the GT3 cars, keeping the top spots close. The Trans Am group is struggling to keep pace, likely due to the track's demands. Vaifuana is in a 2021 Ford Mustang, currently in 13th place. Her lap time is just over a second slower than the leaders, so she's holding her ground but not making any big moves yet. The track's tight corners seem to favor the GT3 cars, especially Hingle McCringleberry leading comfortably. The Trans Am cars are struggling to keep pace, likely due to less agility on these curves. Vaifuan is in a 2021 Ford Mustang Dantonde. She's currently in the 13th position, trailing behind the other Mustangs. Her lap time suggests she's not quite matching the pace of the front runners. Abomsi's car is a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro, currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is just over a minute, so they're holding steady, but not exactly setting the pace. It's Bumblebee is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang in the Trans Am class. They're currently in 11th place, just behind some other Mustangs and Camaros. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Penske Motorsport is currently 6 seconds ahead of New for Life. Looks like they have a comfortable gap, but with 1 lap left, anything can happen. New for Life needs to push hard if they want to catch up. Maya is currently in 3rd place with a lap time of 56.581 seconds. Her Dodge Viper seems to be holding steady, but she's got Amy right behind her in 4th. Looks like a tight battle for the podium. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the victory? Looks like someone's been practicing their sneaky moves. Congrats on the win. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry. You really showed us all how it's done. Congratulations on that fantastic win. And hey, claiming the 2015 Toyota GT6 GT3 with the fastest lap? Absolutely well earned. Penske Motorsport, you may have lost the main race, but winning that bet race with the 2009 Alpina B6 GT3 is quite the consolation prize. Great effort from both of you. Here's a fun fact for you. The 2010 and up slow cars racing class actually has some of the most unpredictable races, because these cars tend to have similar speeds. That means the races often turn into a game of patience and clever maneuvering instead of just raw speed. It's like watching a chess match on wheels where every move counts. Alright, everyone. The countdown is almost over, so make your final choice now. You don't want to miss out on your favorite AI car racing to glory. Hurry up and pick your champion before it's too late. Alright, we've got the young gun in the sleek 2015 Audi S1, going against the seasoned veteran in the 2008 Subaru Impreza WRX STI. The Audi's got that modern edge and probably some tech tricks up its sleeve, but the Subaru's got a reputation for rally-inspired agility. Nonstop is a pretty twisty track, so handling and agility will be key. The Audi might have the cornering advantage with its newer design. But don't count out the Subaru's rally DNA, giving it some extra grip and resilience. I'd say the race could go either way, but if I had to put my money somewhere, I'd lean slightly toward the Audi for its fresh engineering. Though, I wouldn't be surprised if the Subaru pulls a surprise or two on those tricky turns. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Anderstorp, and leading the pack is Lian Yashin in a 2008 Citroën C. 4-Four. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, Direct Official right behind in second, and Lian Yashin rounding out the top three. Looks like a close battle already. Lian Yashin and Direct Official are neck and neck for second place. Maya just climbed one spot to sixth. New for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are fighting hard for eighth. Maya is now in fifth place, climbing one spot. New for Life has gained 2 positions and is 7. Buchicero moves up 1 spot to 9. Penske Motorsport is now in third place, climbing 1 spot. New for Life is gaining on Bean Streams, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Nick Zaromaval is up to 10th place, moving 1 spot forward. Pippi Langström just moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Figurete Sport and La Croissant 1980 are nose to tail for 12 and 13. Bean Streams is driving a 2010 Volkswagen Golf GTI. They are currently in 7th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. New for Life is gaining on Bean Streams, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Buchicero and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 8th place. Penske Motorsport is in 4th place with a 2012 Lexus GS 350. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite making moves yet. Maya is climbing up to 4th place. New for Life is also advancing, now in 6th. Bean Streams and New for Life are nose to nose for 6th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing nicely into 6th place. Bean Streams and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 7th. Nick Zaromaval is gaining ground and now sits in 9th. Maya is climbing up to 3rd place. Bean Streams is now in 7th. Buchicero has moved into 9th. Maya is driving a 2017 Ford Focus RS, starting from 7th place. The race looks tight with her currently in 3rd, so she's making moves. So she's moves. Diruk Official is driving a 2015 Audi S1, which is known for its compact size and quick handling. They're currently in 2nd place, so they're doing a solid job holding onto that position. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 3rd place. Lian Yeshin is now in 4th. Asuroni is narrowing the gap on La Croissant 1980 by a second. New for Life is driving a 2015 Audi S1 and is currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing in on the leader. Buchitero and Wolf for Life are nose to tail for 8th. Buchitero just overtook New for Life to take 8th place. They are now nose to tail, ready for the next move. Penske Motorsport is in 4th place with a 2012 Lexus GS 350. Their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leader, so they're not exactly setting the pace. Looks like they're just cruising along for now. Buchitero just moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Buchitero and Beam Streams are nose to nose for 7th. Wow, Amy just took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow, what an incredible race! Congratulations to Amy for winning. You absolutely crushed it out there. Now, as for the drivers who can claim a car, Maya, you earned the fastest lap, so a 2017 Ford Focus RS is all yours. Well done. If I had to pick one of these cars to win at Suzuka, I'd probably go with the 1972 Ford Torino. It's the most recent of the bunch, so it might have a slight edge in handling and speed compared to the others from the early 70s. The rest are pretty much muscle cars designed for straight-line power rather than tight, technical circuits like Suzuka D. But honestly, they're all more suited for cruising than racing on a challenging track like that. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at Suzuka, and leading the pack is Lockjaw 7 in his classic 1971 Dodge Charger Dolbor. He's starting on the front row, so let's see if that vintage beast can hold the pole. Lockjaw 7 has taken an early lead. Trash Crashton is right behind in second, and Gesterone 133,793rd. Looks like a tight start. Gesterone 133,796 is climbing up to second place. Trash Crashton and Gesterone 133,796 are neck and neck for second. Penske Motorsport is sneaking into fourth place. Wendy Tapson Bontiax and Uduyuperlai are locked in a fierce fight for seventh place. Emerald Take 398 is climbing up to 11. Calican Bunny is gaining ground, moving into 12. Wendy Tapson Bonksinks and New for Life are nose to tail for 7th place. Amy just gained one spot and is now in 25th. Toadette TV just climbed one spot into 8th place. Toadette TV and No for Life are nose to nose for 7th. Pippi Langstrom and Wendy Tapson Bongs are locked in a close fight for 9th. Billy Yee just overtook someone to move into 25th place. Amy is right behind him, and they're battling hard for that spot. Calican Bunny and Emerald Take 398 are nose to nose for 11th place. Day Factor and Pumpkin of Glory are locked in a fierce duel for 14th. Amy is climbing up one spot to 25th. New for Life is storming to the front, now in first place after overtaking 6 cars. Toadette TV is also climbing fast, now in second after a similar surge. Weijiania Texas is not far behind, claiming third after her own impressive move. The top 3 are really making a statement early on. Lockjaw 7 is on a tear, now in first place after overtaking 7 cars. Gesterone 33,796 is not far behind, climbing 8 spots to second. Trash Crashton is also making moves, jumping 8 places to third. Things are heating up at the front. Toadette TV is in 8th place driving a Plymouth Road Runner. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Bilio is driving a Mercury Cyclone, and currently in the 23rd place. Looks like a tough race for them so far, barely hanging on behind the pack. Dave Factor is climbing up to 13th place. Ice and Dave Factor are nose to nose for that 12th spot. Captain Trippy is sneaking into 21st. New for Life is climbing up to 6th place. Looks like they're making a move. Amy and Billiage are nose to nose for 25th. Things heating up there. Wow. Lockjaw 7 just took the checkered flag. Clearly, they were in a league of their own today. Well done. Wow. Lockjaw 7 took the checkered flag. Congratulations on that victory, you obviously know you're racing. And Hingle McCringleberry, you pulled off the most overtakes today. Your skills really shined through. You can claim the 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner, and I have to say, that's a pretty sweet prize for your overtaking prowess. Well done to both of you. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI-driven beast will dominate the race. Hurry up and make your pick. Alright, so we've got Global's Exo in a 2012 Prague R1 and Penske Motorsport in a 2010 Global GT Light. The Prague R1 is known for its agility and lightweight design, which could give it a big edge on the Monza straight where speed and handling are crucial. The Global GT Light, while potentially more stable and powerful in certain aspects, might struggle to match the Prague's nimbleness in this particular setting. If I had to put my chips down, I'd say Global's Axel in the Prague R1 has the upper hand for a straight-line sprint here. The Prague's design is really optimized for speed and precision, which should help it take the lead. But hey, it's racing, so surprises can happen. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Monza Straight, and leading the pack is none other than Move for Life in a 26 Lotta Revolution RS2. Seems like they've got some classic Russian muscle at the front. The race kicks off with Move for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Global Zell in second and Maya holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Maya is climbing up to second place. Lian Yeshin has moved into fourth. Lian and Globalskala are nose to nose for third. Lobot is trying to hold off Maya, but she's closing in fast. Schmerzenlive and Amy are still neck and neck for sixth. Papa Cassie and Yabuirawanda are swapping positions in the back. Looks like a game of musical chairs. Schmerzenlive is climbing up to 5th place. Schmerzenlive and Penske Motorsport are nose-to-nose for that spot. Paparazzi is making a move to 16. Amy is climbing fast to 5th place. Amy and Lian Yashin are nose-to-nose for 4th. Iconic Odd is chipping away at Hingle McCringleberry's lead, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Global is trying to hold off Maya for 2nd place. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 5th. Lamborghini Tuba and Schmerzenlive are nose-to-nose for 7th. Global Ailsel is now in 2nd place, climbing 1 spot. Maya and Global's Excel are nose-to-tail fighting for 2nd. Lamborghini Tuba and Schmerzenlive are locked in a close duel for 7th. Global Thing and Wolfalife are nose-to-tail for the lead. Lamborghini, Tuba and Schmerzenlive are swapping positions for 7th place. Paparazzi is climbing up to 15th, inching closer to the pack. Lamborghini Tuba advances to 7th place. Paparazzi climbs to 14th. Kufo is closing in on Lisa Shibi, cutting the gap by over a second. Kufo and Lisa Shibi are locked in a tight fight for 19th. Global Sail just overtook for the lead. New for Life and Global Sail are still neck and neck at the front. Amy has climbed to 5th place, closing in. Schmerzenlive is in 8th place, driving a 2014 Norma M20 FC. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress yet. Globalso is holding a solid lead and has the fastest lap, so he's probably feeling pretty confident, unless someone pulls off a surprise move. Maya just overtook New for Life to move into 2nd place. The battle for 2nd is heating up with Maya and New for Life going wheel to wheel. Penske Motorsport has gained 1 position and is now in 5th. New for Life just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Amy is now in 6th. Schmerzenlive is climbing to 7th. Adjo Wanyas and Hania Kanya di Wasakarveniki Penvei. Lamborghini Tube just nudged into 7th place. Schmerzenlive and Lamborghini Tube still locked in that close fight for 7th. Kufo and Kingrat are neck and neck for 20th. Maya is now in 2nd place, climbing 1 spot. Lian Yashin has moved up to 3rd place, also gaining 1 position. Amy is now in 4th place, advancing 1 spot as well. Pippi Langström is closing in on Schmerzenlive, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Paparazzi is climbing up to 12th place. Nina Maistyle at 21. And Paparazzi are neck and neck for that 12th spot. Wow. Global Sil just took the checkered flag. Looks like they were on a whole different level today. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Global Self. You truly dominated that race. Well done. And a big shout out to Lee and Yoshin for making the most overtakes. You've earned yourself a 1996 Osella PA21 Honda Ultralights. Claim your prize and enjoy that vintage speedster. Sure thing! Did you know that the 1969 Lola T70 Mark Onus was actually a racing car designed for endurance races like Le Mans? It was built with a sleek, lightweight frame and a powerful V8 engine, making it a true beast on the track. It also had an impressive record of racing success and helped push the boundaries of mid-engine roadster design back in the day. Basically, it's the kind of car that made race fans wish they could hop in and take it for a spin around the block. Hey Darth Blazer, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI racing action. Get ready for some intense moments and maybe a few surprising turns. Wow! This is a classic showdown between two legendary Porsches. Both cars are very close in vintage, so it's really a battle of the drivers and the finesse they bring to the track. The 1971 Porsche 917 LH has a slightly newer chassis, which could give it a tiny edge in handling and aerodynamics. But the 1970 model is also incredibly strong and tried and true. Given how tight this race is, I'd say it might come down to the driver's skill, or maybe just a split second of luck. Honestly, I'm leaning towards Pippi Langstrump with the 1971 model, just because that version is known for a bit more modern design tweaks. Either way, this should be a fight to the finish. Let's see who makes the first mistake. Alright, everyone, the race is underway at NOLA Motorsports Park. Pippi Langström just took the pole position in the prototype 1970 class, driving a classic 1971 Porsche 917 LH. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead. Pippi Langström is taking an early lead, followed closely by Christgolfer. I am in third place, trying to keep up. The top three are already showing some separation from the pack. Exclusive Docs and New For Life are still nose to tail for fourth place. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on them now, in sixth. The fight for fifth is heating up between Hingle McCringleberry and Exclusive Godox. Exclusive Godox is climbing to fourth place. Hingle McCringleberry and New for Life are locked in a close fight for fifth. Darth Blazer is advancing to seventh. Darth Blazer and Amy on nose to tail for seventh place. Caffeinated Car and Swell Place D are swapping positions in the fight for 14th. The tight corners at NOLA are really shaking up the order, making overtakes more about skill than raw speed. Asuka Motorsport is climbing to 8th place. Lian Yashin is now in 9th. Tsukstakat is narrowing the gap to Darth Blazer by almost 2 seconds. Exclusiva Gox just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Maya is right behind him. Both of you are nose to tail. Hingo Mick Kringleberry and Woof for Life are also battling closely for 5th. Looks like a fun fight for those middle positions. Tsukstakat is driving a vintage Ford Mustang Boss from 1970. They're holding steady in 11th place, so it looks like they're just cruising along without much drama. Maya is driving in 1970 Porsche 917K, starting in 3rd place. The race looks tight with her close behind the leaders, but she's holding her own so far. Yamchubi Panda is driving a 1970 AMC Javelin Tauri. They're currently in the 15th place, just ahead of the last few races. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. The track's probably favoring the Porsche prototypes with their balance and agility, keeping them at the front while the vintage cars struggle to keep pace. Pippi Langström is leading in a 1971 Porsche 917 LH, and they're setting the pace with the fastest lap of the race. Looks like they're comfortably in front and pushing hard. Eddie Leave is driving a 1970 Pontiac Firebird, currently in the last place among vintage Trans Am cars. Their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Griskofer just overtook Pippi Langström and now leads the race. They are nose to nose, battling for the top spot. Pippi Langström is leading the race with a Porsche 917 LH from 1971. Their fastest lap is 1:46.276. Looks like they're holding a solid lead so far. The prototype's 1970 cars are clearly faster and more consistent, with the top 3 all from that club. The track suits their aerodynamics and power, giving them a clear edge. Vintage Trans Am cars are lagging behind, probably due to less speed and handling. Christopher is holding the 2nd spot and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing hard but still chasing the leader. Caffeinated car is driving in 1969, a AMC Javelin. They're currently in 16th place and have a pretty decent lap time, but are a bit behind the leaders. Just Panchakis is driving a 1970 Plymouth Barracuda and is currently in 20th place. Their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Just Panchakis is driving a 1970 Plymouth Barracuda. Dadatabe Dundale. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle, currently in 20th place, and running the slowest lap time among the vintage Trans Am cars. Gnavling is driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar. They're currently in 19th place, just ahead of the last few racers. Looks like a steady but slow race for them. Caffeinated Car is driving a 1969 IMC Javelin type. They're currently in 16th place and seem to be struggling with lap times, just ahead of the last few racers. Wow! Pippi Langstrumpf just won the race? Looks like even the fictional characters are faster than the rest of us. Congratulations on the victory! Wow, what a victory for Pippi Langstrumpf! Congratulations on crossing that finish line first. You definitely earned that shiny 1971 Porsche 917 LH. Now who's ready to see who gets to claim the next car? Stay tuned, this race just keeps getting better. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Magny-Cours has a lot of twisty sections and sharp turns, so a car that can stick to the asphalt and maneuver smoothly through the curves would have the best shot. Acceleration matters too, but maintaining control through those tight corners is the real key here. Top speed on the straights is nice, but if the car can't handle the turns without losing time, it's game over. So, handling and balance take the spotlight on this track. Oh, this is a classic battle of style and horsepower. The Ferrari 312 FBB from 1971 is a legendary racing machine, known for its speed and agility. On the other hand, the Renault Alpine, a 442B from 1977, is no slouch. But it's a bit more of a vintage sleeper with a different kind of charm. Given the car's specs and racing history, I have a sneaking suspicion that the Ferrari might have the edge here thanks to its lighter frame and more aggressive aerodynamics from that era. But with AI driving, who knows? Maybe the Renault will surprise us with some clever maneuvering. My gut says the Ferrari 312 APB will take the win, but I'll be eagerly watching to see if the Renault can pull off an upset. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Magny-Cours and leading the pack is the Pippi Langstrumpf, zooming ahead in a classic 1971 Ferrari 312. Clearly, vintage speed has its charm. Pippi Langstrumpf is leading the race, followed closely by Nwufelife in second place. Amy is currently in third, trying to keep up. Maya is now in fourth place, climbing up one spot. Lian Yashin and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose fighting for sixth place. Agrids 34 has gained 2 positions and is now in 9th place. Hingo McCringleberry and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for 5th place. Waifuana and Agrids 34 are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Nonstop just snuck up 1 spot to 11th. Zot's Fight is climbing up to 13th place and is now just ahead of Solid 981. Solid 981 is not giving up and is trying to retake that 13th spot. This battle for 13th is getting pretty close. Lian Yashin and Hingo McCringleberry are battling for 6th place. Solid 981 is climbing 2 spots to take 12th. Maldux FTF and Solid 981 are also fighting for 12th. Solid 981 is driving a Lola T70 Mark I, a classic racing car known for its lightweight design and agility. They're currently in 15th place, so it looks like they're fighting to move up but still have some ground to cover. Penske Motorsport is currently in 3rd place with a Renault Alpine a 442B. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any dramatic moves. Their race seems pretty calm so far. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th place. Waifuanan and Agrids 34 are locked in a close fight for 9th. Nonstop and Waifuan are battling it out for 10th. Hingo McCringleberry is driving a Renault Alpine, a 442B, from 1977. They're currently in 5th place, so they're holding a decent position but still chasing the top. Hey, looks like a steady race so far. Lian Yashin is driving a Lola T280 from 1972. She's currently in 7th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Chubby boy RJ is driving a Porsche 9082 Spider from 1969. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack and not making much progress. P.P. Langstrom is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. No for Life is cruising in a 1971 Ferrari 312 FBB, holding 2nd place. Looks like they're pushing hard with a fastest lap just over 1 minute 48 seconds. Race seems tight at the top. Penske Motorsport is now in 4th place, climbing up 1 spot. Maya and Penske Motorsport are nose-to-nose fighting for that 4th position. Solid 981 just overtook Wave 1 and is now in 11th place. They are still close together, so expect some more action soon. Hingo McCringleberry is driving a Renault Alpine, a 442B, from 1977. They're currently in 5th place and have the fastest lap among the Group 6 cars. Looks like they're pushing hard. Chubby boy RJ is running a Porsche 9082 Spider from 1969. Their race looks like a steady crawl, currently in the last position among prototypes. and their lap time suggests they're not exactly setting the track on fire. Wow, Pippi Langstrumpf just won the race. Looks like her adventurous spirit finally paid off in the racing world. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Pippi Langstrumpf for winning the race. That was quite a performance. Looks like Pippi really showed off their driving skills today. And a big shout out to Pippi for the fastest lap. They can claim the 1971 Ferrari 312 FB.G1. That's a classic piece of racing history. Well deserved. Woo for life. You took home the victory in the bet race. You're now the proud owner of the same Ferrari 312 FBB. Nice work, definitely earned it. Amy, you've dominated the overtakes today. Your tenacity earned you the 1973 Alfa Romeo Tipo 33 T12. Well done. That's some serious maneuvering. Great job to everyone. This race was full of surprises and skill. Can't wait to see what's next. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks now if you want your favorite car to jump into the race. Don't miss out on the chance to see your top choice throw down. Hurry up before it's too late. Alright, we've got Vargala set in a 1995, 40 FG01, and Double in a 1995, Terrell 023, racing on Highlands Long. Both of these cars are from the same year, but have very different reputations. The 40 FG01 is often seen as the underdog, not really known for speed or reliability, so it might struggle to keep up. On the other hand, the Tyrrell 023 was a bit more competitive in 1995 and had some decent performances. Considering the car choices, I'd say Double in the Tyrrell probably has the edge here. The Tyrrell's design was a little more refined, especially in a longer, twisty track like Highlands Long. Vargala Svetsporty might get some moments of surprise, but I don't think it'll be enough to take the win. So, my money's on Double in the Tyrrell. Let's see if the stats or the cars surprise us today. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Highlands Long track with just 133,796. On pole behind the wheel of a 1995 Williams FW17. Let's see if that pole position means anything, or if the other cars have other plans. Yesteron 133,796 is leading the race right now, followed closely by Lian Yashin in second place. Anaxagorax is currently in third. Looks like a tight battle at the front already. Lian Yashin and Amy are still neck and neck for second place. Bilheol Dai has advanced to 7th place, closing in on the top 6. Double is on the move, climbing 4 spots to 6th place. Ixajax is doing the same, grabbing 7th place. Largala Svet is also making a charge, moving up 4 spots to 9th place. Ingo May Kringleberry is on a roll, climbing up to 12th place. Flanky Frankie is having a rough patch, dropping down to 17. Ixajax is gaining ground on Double, closing the gap by over a second. Kickass Lady X3 is climbing up to 10th place. Ingo McCringleberry is now in 11th, both making their way forward. Move for Life just overtook someone and is now in 8th place. Demaxite is closing in on the top 10, now in 12th. Penske Motorsport is creeping up to 13th, not quite there yet. Kickass Lady X3 is climbing to 9th place. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in on Vargala Svet, cutting the gap by over a second. Hippie Langstrom is now in 3rd place, climbing 2 spots. Double is in 5th place, moving up 1 spot. Kickass Lady X3 is in 8th place, also moving up 1 spot. Ingo McCringleberry is making a strong push up to 7th place. J Maxite is closing in on the top 10 after overtaking 3 cars. Flanky Frankie is climbing steadily, now in 14th after passing 3 competitors. Double is driving a Tyrrell 023, starting from 12th and currently in 6th. Looks like they're making some moves up the field. Wow! Look at that! Gesterone 133,796 takes the victory. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done! Wow. Amy really sped to the finish line, didn't they? Huge congratulations to Amy for winning the race. That was some impressive driving, even if it was all AI magic. Can't wait to see what they do next. Here's a fun fact for you about the 24 Chevrolet Corvette C5. This sleek race car was actually built for endurance racing and won several prestigious events like the 24 Hours of Le Mans and 24 Hours of Le Mans. Talk about a car that knows how to keep going when the clock is ticking. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down, so make your picks now if you want to see your favorite car in the race. Don't miss out on the chance to see some of these AI racers battle it out. Hurry up, or they might just end up being a surprise entry at the back of the pack. Ooh, this is a really interesting matchup. The Nissan 350Z GT1 is a solid choice, known for its balance and agility, especially on a track like Watkins Glen Butte Classic. On the other hand, the Chrysler Viper GT-SR, with its raw power, could really shake things up with a straight-line advantage. If this were purely about handling and finesse, I might lean towards Skeksis Beaupré's Nissan. But with the Viper's big engine, it could make a bold move on the straights, and maybe even snatch the lead. Honestly, I'm torn, but I'd say the Viper might just have a slight edge because of its brute force. Still, don't count out the Nissan. It's got the agility to keep things interesting. Let's see how the AI drivers handle the mix of speed and corners. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Watkins Glen Butte Classic, and leading the pack is the GTR Aetherplasm car in a 2004 Ferrari 550G. S looks like a classic beauty is setting the pace from the front. Let's see if it can hold on to that lead. Aetherplasm has shot off the line to take the lead. 5 and Sarogai is holding strong in second place, and Skeksis Beaupré is hanging on in third. Looks like a close battle forming already. Sarogai and Aetherplasm are still nose to tail for the lead. Hingo McCringleberry just climbed into third place. Hippie Langstrom just overtook 2 cars and is now in fourth. Skeksis Beaupré is climbing up to fourth place. It's Theraper and Hippie Langstrom are nose to nose for fifth. Penske Motorsport and Move for Life are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Penske Motorsport and Move for Life are nose to tail for 8th place. Chubby Boy RJ just overtook someone to climb into 10th. Biswa Chingyo and Princess Wildface are locked in a close fight for 13th. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 8th place. Princess Wildface is advancing to 12th. Princess Wildface and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Ingela Kringleberry is climbing to 2nd place. Skegsy's Beau Pré is now 3rd. Pippi Langstrumpf is up to 4th. The race is heating up. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 3rd place. Penske Motorsport is advancing to 7th. Move for Life and its Theraper are locked in a close fight for 8th. Princess Wildface just overtook Amy for 11th place. Amy is trying to fight back, but Princess Wildface is holding firm. Biswa Chingyo and Ice and nose to tail for 14th place. Looks like a drag race. Lian Yeshin is climbing up to 4th place. Move for Life and its Therapier are locked in a close fight for 8th. And Maya is inching her way up to 12th. Biswa Chingyo is climbing up to 14th place. Autumn Thunderbird is making a move to 23. T-Bone and Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios are nose to nose for 24. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now in 11th place. Amy and Maya are nose to tail for 11th. T-Bomb moved up 1 spot to 24th. T-Bomb and Autumn Thunderbird are battling for 23rd. Divensero Guy is closing in on Skeksy's Beau Pré, cutting the gap by over a second. They are battling hard for 5th place. Princess Wildface and Amy are also neck and neck for 12th. Five and Guy just overtook someone to take 5th place. Amy and Maya are still neck and neck for 11th. Tyler is climbing up to 18th. Adam Flash is on the move, climbing 3 spots to take 25th. Penske Motorsport is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 6th. Princess Wildface and Amy are locked in a close fight for 12th. Princess Wildface is now in 11th place and closing in on Maya Dododo. Crazy! Igofan climbs to the 18th spot. Lian Yeshin just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Amy is climbing up to 12th, closing the gap. Princess Wildface and Amy are nose to nose for 12th. Princess Wildface is driving a Nissan GEE-DE-TRG 1 from 29.9. They're currently in the 13th place, just behind some faster cars, but holding steady. Looks like a solid middle ground so far. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 5th place. Penske Motorsport and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to nose for 4th. Gavin Guy and Penske Motorsport are locked in a close fight for fifth. Penske Motorsport and Pippi Langström are neck and neck for fourth place. Skeggs' Bill Prix is closing in on its therapy, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Maya and chubby boy RJ are battling hard for 10th position. Yungshan Store 202 is rapidly catching Droletsko, closing the gap by nearly 15 seconds. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to fourth place, overtaking one car. Its there appears narrowing the distance to Gavin Guy by a small but steady 1.5 seconds. Well, look at that. Etaplassen just took the checkered flag. Guess they really knew how to steer their way to victory. Congratulations on the win! Wow, Aetherplasm. You absolutely dominated that race. Congratulations on taking the top spot. That was a masterclass in racing. And great job to Pippi Langström for securing the fastest lap. A 1998 TV R Speed 12 GT S is definitely a beast to claim. Penske Motorsport, you pulled off the most overtakes today. So you get the 2004 Lister Storm GT. Nice work sneaking your way through the pack. Everyone's racing was impressive. This was another fantastic showdown. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Fuji Speedway Retro has those tight, twisty turns that require a car to be nimble and responsive. A car with good grip and precise steering would be my top pick, because smooth navigation through those curves can make or break the race. While straight line speed is nice, it's the agility and control through the winding sections that will really determine who comes out on top here. Alright everyone, time's almost up, so get those final selections in. You don't want to miss out on the chance to see which car reigns supreme in this AI race. Hurry up before your favorite gets snatched away. Alright, this is a fascinating matchup. On one hand, Takeda Kibri's Jaguar XJ220 from 1992 is a classic with incredible top speed and sleek design, even if it's a bit of an elder statesman among racers. On the other hand, Oscar Serrad's Lamborghini Diablo 50T from 1995 is a beast with sharp agility and that exhilarating V12 roar. Considering Fuji Speedway Retro's mix of long straightaways and tricky corners, the Jaguar's top speed could give it an advantage on the straights. But the Diablo's agility and handling might help it navigate the twists more efficiently. If the race comes down to raw speed and keeping the pedal to the metal, I might lean slightly toward Takeda Kibri's Jaguar. But if clever cornering and agility shine through, Oscar Serrad might just steal the show. It's gonna be a close one, so buckle up. Alright, everyone, the race is kicking off at Fuji Speedway Retro. Lian Yashin is on pole, driving a sleek 1992 Jaguar XJ220. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead, or if the AI drivers are going to surprise us. Lian Yashin has shot to the front, holding the lead. Frankie is right behind in second place, not giving up yet. Ingo McCringleberry is in third, trying to keep up with the pace setters. Maya is charging through the field, now in 11th place after overtaking 5 cars. Shoot 'em Up is climbing steadily, now in 3rd place after gaining 1 spot. New for Life is also making moves, up 2 spots to sit in 6th. Shoot 'em Up is really closing the gap on Frankie, just 1.4 seconds behind now. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 14th place, making some moves. Amy is driving a 1993 Jaguar XJ220s, currently in 10th place. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress. Frankie is inching closer to Lian Yashin, closing the gap by a second. Ingo McCringleberry has climbed up 1 spot to 3rd place. New for Life and Basket and TV are locked in a fierce duel for 5th position. Mafia Mavi is driving a Lotus Esprit V8 from 1996. They're currently in the middle of the pack, 14th place. So it looks like they're holding steady but not making big moves yet. Ingo McCringleberry is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Lian Yashin is holding on to the lead, but not by much. Amy is holding steady in 4th, watching the chaos unfold. New for Life is having a tough time and is now in the 17th position. Ingo McCringleberry has taken the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st place. Amy is gaining on Frankie and has cut the gap by 2.3 seconds. New for Life just sliced through the field to take the lead. Ingo McCringleberry is right on their tail. Looks like a close fight for the top spot. Ingo McCringleberry and New for Life are nose to tail at the front. Hippie Langstrup is climbing up to 7th place, inching closer to the leaders. Inga McCringleberry is holding the lead with a comfortable gap. Amy and Lian Yashin are nose to tail, looks like a battle for second. Lian is closing in fast, less than 2 seconds behind. Amy, better watch her mirrors. Pippi Langstrump is climbing fast into 4th place. Yara Special is also gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to take 7th. Basket Intervie and Ira Special are nose to nose for 7th place. Looks like a close fight. Pippi Langstrump is climbing to 3rd place. Lian Yashishin and Pippi are nose to nose for that same spot. Maya is advancing to 8. Maya and Ira Special are locked in a close fight for 7th. Amy is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry fast. The gap is shrinking quickly. Blanky Frankie is closing in on Lane Yashin with a solid push. Zap Brandigan just overtook someone and is now in 15th place. Nvuvo Life is driving a Lotus Esprit V8 from 1996. Their race seems to be going nowhere fast, literally, with a fastest lap of 99.99, which suggests they might be stuck or having technical issues. Blanky Frankie just snuck into 4th place, leaving Lian Yoshin in a rearview mirror. They're nose to nose for that spot. Aminsan is climbing up to 8th, so the race is heating up behind the leaders. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry just took the victory at Fuji Speedway Retro. Looks like all that practice paid off. Guess the competition was just a warm-up. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry taking the win, huh? Congrats to them. That was quite the finale. Now, for the drivers who can claim a car, Amy, with the fastest lap, you get the 1993 Jaguar XJ220. That's a beautiful retro street car, perfect for cruising in style. And Maya, for doing the most overtakes, you also get the same classy ride. Looks like some great prizes going out today. Well done, everyone. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time, or you might end up with whatever the AI decides for you. Hurry up, or you'll be stuck with a car that might be better suited for a demolition derby than a race. Oh wow, this is like a vintage showdown and a flashback to the early 2000s. The Audi R8C, with its heritage and raw endurance racing DNA, is technically a beast, but it's also a bit of a relic now. On the other hand, the Ferrari F333 SP was built for speed and agility in its day, and might have a slight edge in a sprint race like this. Given that Yas Marina's mix of tight corners and long straights favors a car with good downforce and handling, I might lean toward Amy's Ferrari for a sneaky win. But hey, with AI driving, anything's possible. And the Audi could surprise us all with some vintage charm. Place your bets and prepare for some wild AI action. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Yas Marina, and lining up with a whiff of vintage charm, we got Maya in that sleek 2000 Ferrari F333. She's starting at the front, so let's see if she can keep that pole position, or if the competition will surprise us. Maya has taken the lead right out of the gate. Ingo McCringleberry is holding strong in second place, and Buddy Notes is currently in third, trying to keep up. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 8th place. Pippi Langstrom and Penske Motorsport are nose to nose for 7. Move for Life is inching up to 11. Pippi Langstrom and Amy are still neck and neck for 8th place. New for Life and Anna Kysix are battling hard for 10th. Amy just made a move to take 8th, but Pippi is not giving up that easily. Cloud Surfer 69 just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Nonstop 202 and Cloud Surfer 69 are still nose to tail for that spot. Amy and Penske Motorsport are locked in a close fight for 7th. Yongshan Store 202 just climbed to 5th place. Amy is now 7th. Nimvu for Life is in 9th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Yungan Storgu is driving a Peugeot 908, a car known for its hybrid technology and endurance capabilities. They're currently in the middle of the pack, holding 5th place, so they're not exactly dominating, but not falling apart either. Looks like a steady race so far. Queen Manda just overtook Bobardo and is now in 16th place. They are still close together, so expect more action soon. And Body Notes is driving a Ferrari F333, starting in 4th place. They're currently holding on to 3rd, so they're doing a solid job maintaining their position. Looks like they're staying competitive in the pack. Amy is in 8th place driving a Ferrari F333. Looks like she's holding her own among the pack. Not quite leading, but definitely not falling behind. Cloud Surfer 69 is holding on to 5th place, with Youngden Store 202 right behind. Bobardo and Queen Manda are still neck and neck for 16th. Pace. AR and Bobardo are battling for 17th. Looks like Bobardo is trying to make a move. Pace. AR just overtook 2 cars to climb to 16th place. Bobardo and Pace C are nose to tail for that 16th spot. Queen Manda and Bobardo are also locked in a close fight for 17th. Yungdanza Store 202 is holding off Lian Yashin by a car length. James Mayo and Queen Manda are nose to tail for the 18th spot. Cloud Surfer 69 is gaining on Jungen Stort. Eugnthias Storashas is gaining Tilnhorsch. Hippie Langstrup is inching closer to Nebu for life, but still a bit of a distance to make a move. Pace CAR is holding the inside line, but Bobardo is looking for a way around. They are side by side heading into the next corner. Bobardo might just squeeze through. Maya is leading and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control unless he slips up. Drelitsko is driving a 2018 Toyota FT1 GTE. They're currently in 15th place, just behind some GTE rivals. Looks like a steady race with room to improve. Yesterun 33706 is driving a 2016 Ford GTM GTE. They're currently in 14th place, with a fastest lap of 2 minutes 22 seconds. Looks like a steady race, but they might need a bit more speed to climb higher. Tokido Kibre is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take the 17th place. Queen Manda is also making moves, jumping 2 spots to sit in 16th. James Mayo is inching forward, moving up 1 spot to 18th. Wow, Maya, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the finish line was just waiting for you. Congratulations on the win. Wow, congratulations to me for winning the race. I knew my AI car had it in them. Now, for the lucky winners of the cars, I want to say well done. Maya, you've earned the fastest lap. And that means you get to claim the incredible 2000 Ferrari F333 SP Amy. Since you won the bet race, you're also taking home the same amazing prize. Both of you deserved it, and I'll be jealous to see those cars in your virtual garages. Great job to everyone involved. Well, here's a fun fact for you. The NASCAR cars from 1970 were actually quite the departure from their previous models. They had to be built tougher and more powerful because the racing was getting more intense. Imagine back then they used to race with car engines that could make over 400 horsepower. That's like strapping a small jet engine onto a car just to see if it could handle the speed. Pretty crazy, right? Oh wow, what a showdown! Both of these cars have some serious vintage flair. But when it comes to racing at Paul Ricard Retro, I'd have to lean towards the Ford Torino driven by Nasty. It's got a bit more of that muscle car vibe, and probably a tad more agility. But hey, it's AI, so who knows? Maybe the Monte Carlo will surprise us with some unexpected moves. Honestly, I'm just here to enjoy the ride and see which classic muscle car comes out on top. Let's find out. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at the Paul Ricard Retro track, and leading from the front is the New for Life in a classic. 1971, a MC Matador. Starting on pole. Looks like vintage vibes are in charge today. The race kicks off with New for Life taking the lead, followed closely by me in second place and Amy holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Nasty is on a roll, climbing up to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya and New for Life are still locked in a fierce duel for the lead. That's Maya's gained 1 spot and is now in third. Maya has just taken the lead and is now in first place. Amy is climbing up to 4th place, closing the gap. Lin Yashin and Amy are nose to tail, fighting for that 4th spot. Figureta Sport is on a tear, overtaking 14 cars to claim the lead. Maya and Figureta Sport are nose to tail in a fierce fight for first. Connor Malady is climbing up 1 spot to 11. Figureta Sport is cruising in a Mercury Cyclone from 1971, starting way back in 15. Looks like they're making a strong push to stay in the lead. Maya takes the lead, now in first place. Move for Life climbs to second. Betsma moves into third. Looks like a tight race at the front. Move for Life just overtook to take the lead. Amy and Len Yashin are still locked in that close fight for 4th. Nasty is climbing up to 11th. Nasty and Connor Malady are nose to nose for 10th. Betsma and Maya are nose to tail for 2nd place. Queen Manda just gained a spot and is now in 8th. Dave Factor and Queen Monda are close behind, fighting for 8th. That's Mars climbing to 2nd place. Taknesty is now in 10th. Inga McCringleberry has moved up to 12th. The NASCAR 1970 cars are all pretty similar, so it's more about driver skill and strategy here. The Paul Ricard Retro Tracks twists and turns are probably favoring those who can handle the corners better. Dave Factor and Queen Manda are nose to tail for 8th place. Tylera just gained 1 spot and is now in 13th. Leech Meps and Tylera are fighting hard for 13th. Death Factor is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 6th place. Queen Manda just nudged into 7. Looks like some aggressive moves happening early. Lian Yeshin is holding on to 4th place, but Amy is right behind her. Inga McCringleberry just gained 1 spot and is now in 12th. Leech Meps is racing a Chevrolet Monte Carlo from 1971. They're currently in the 14th place and seem to be holding a steady pace, but they're a bit behind the leaders. The vintage NASCAR cars are all pretty close in speed, but the track's tight corners and retro feel seem to favor the more experienced drivers. The Dodge Chargers are holding their own, but the Ford Torinos are sneaking in with some quick laps. Congratulations! Looks like you really know how to cross the finish line first. Well-deserved victory. Wow, what a performance! Huge congratulations to New for Life for winning the race. Clearly, they have got the fastest AI on the track today. Great job dominating the competition. Sure. Did you know that Knockhill is actually the only racetrack in Scotland? It's quite the little jewel with its twists and turns, and it's known for being pretty challenging for drivers. Plus, it has a great mix of corners that keep everyone on their toes. So if you're ever up north, it's a must visit for racing fans. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost finished. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to get those choices in before the race kicks off. Don't miss out on your chance to see which AI vehicle reigns supreme. Wow. This is quite the vintage showdown. Crazy Eagle fan with that classic Maserati 6cm is certainly bringing some historic flair to the track. Meanwhile, Wanabakido's 1923 Bugatti Type 32 is a real relic of speed from the Roaring '20s. Given the era and design, the Maserati might have a slight edge in handling and power for this race. But don't count out the Bugatti's legendary status and potential for surprises. Because the Maserati is slightly more modern and might be better suited for racing. But hey, with AI drivers, anything can happen. Stay tuned, this will be a fun one. Alright folks, ICE is kicking off from pole in that vintage 1922 Roland Pilane, a 22 at Knockhill. It's like watching history race itself, and I am here for it. Fafamaka has shot to the front, holding the lead. ICE is right behind in second place trying to keep up. And in third we have Li Yashin, hanging tough. Wanabakido and Crazy Eagle fan are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Exception and Rome Spider are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Penske Motorsport is climbing up one spot to 11th. Maya just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Penske Motorsport and Exception are nose-to-nose for 10th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 12th. Ingo McCringleberry is making a move, climbing to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Merchikan Live is also on the rise, grabbing the same number of positions. Lian Yashin is closing in on ICE, cutting the gap by over a second. The battle for second place between Lian and ICE is heating up. Lian Yashin just overtook someone to climb into second place. Amy is also making a move, gaining 2 spots and now fighting for third. ICE and Amy are nose to tail. This is getting interesting. New for Life is charging through the field, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. ICE is climbing steadily, now in 3rd place. Maya is making a move, now in 7th after gaining 1 spot. Lian Yashin is closing in on Famaka, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Wanabakido is climbing up to 8th place. Ingo McCringleberry is also moving up 1 spot to 9th. Exception is on a roll, climbing up to 6th place after overtaking 6 cars. New for Life is gaining fast on Merchikan Live, closing the gap by over 10 seconds. Amy is inching closer to ICE, narrowing the distance by just over a second. Crazy Eagle fan is on a roll, overtaking 3 cars to reach 4th place. Amy is climbing up to 3rd. Maya is making a move to 7th. Wanabakido is gaining on Maya fast, just 2.2 seconds behind now. Merchikan Live is closing in on Pippi Langstrom with a 1 second gap. Beef Sliders is climbing up the ladder, now in 13th place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios and ICE are locked in a tight fight for 5th place. Wannabe Kiddo is closing in on Maya and has cut the gap by a full second. Shattered Pixel is making moves and has climbed up one spot to reach 16. Maya is watching the race unfold. Amy is closing in on Lian Yashin, and the gap is shrinking fast. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Wannabe Kiddo and the race is heating up. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is climbing to 5th place. Maya is now in 6th. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 8th. Marchican Live just sneaked into the top 10. Shattered Pixel is closing the gap on Vagrant Enchanter but still has some work to do. Vagrant Enchanter is driving a 1923 Voisin C6 Laboratoire. Their race looks pretty rough with a lap time of over 2 minutes and a half, and they're currently in the last place. Exception is racing the 1923 Voisin C6 Laboratoire d'Art. Their race looks pretty rough with a lap time of over 3 minutes, which suggests they're struggling, or maybe just having a bad day. Road 3 Boy Gaming Studios and I are neck and neck for 5th place. Amy just overtook someone to secure 2nd. The race is heating up at the front. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is climbing to 5th place. Merchican Lave is closing the gap on ICE, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Pippi Langstrumpf is moving up to 10th place. The Grand Prix 1920 cars are showing a mix of speed and reliability, but the Maseratis are dominating the top spots with quick lap times. Knockhill's tight turns seem to favor the nimble Maseratis over the older, less agile models. Amy is closing in on Famaka, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Crazy Eagle Fan is climbing up to 3rd place. Merching Live and ICE are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Maya is gaining on Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Amy is inching closer to Famaka, cutting down the distance by 1.1 seconds. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is narrowing the gap to Lian Yashin by 1 second. Lian Yashin is closing in on Crazy Eagle Fan, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Merchican Live is climbing up to 8th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is moving into 9th. Maya is maintaining her pace, but still stuck behind the car in front. Penske Motorsport is making a move, closing the gap to Beef Sliders by almost 2 seconds. Well, look at that. Famaka just took the checkered flag. Clearly, they're the fastest thing on the track today. Well done. Wow! Amazing job to Famaka for winning the race. That was an impressive display of driving skills, even if it was all just AI magic. Congrats on taking the top spot. Here's a fun fact about the 1962 Lotus 25. It was the first Formula One car to use a fully stressed monocoque chassis. That means the entire chassis was made to bear the load of the car, which was pretty revolutionary at the time. It made the car lighter and more rigid, giving it a serious edge on the track. Basically, Lotus was like, let's make a car that's as clever as it is fast, and they totally nailed it. Alright folks, you better make up your minds quick because the clock is ticking. Only a few moments left to pick your favorite AI-driven car in this high-speed showdown. Don't miss out on the excitement. Get those choices in before it's too late. Oh wow! This is quite the throwback race, legendary reputation and more horsepower. Especially on a technical track like Lebanon. Lisa Shibi's Cooper might be a bit more agile, but I think the Ferrari's bigger muscle should give it the edge. But hey, it's AI racing so anything can happen. I guess we'll see if the old school Ferrari's roar outshines the Cooper's finesse. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Circuit Lebanon and our star today is Brando Buster, starting in pole position. He's driving a classic 1965 Brabham BT7, so let's see if that vintage charm can keep him ahead. Brando Buster has shot off the line to take the lead. Penske Motorsport is right behind in second place. Hermit Media is holding on to third, but expect some early action to shake things up. Lisa Shibi is climbing up to third place. Hermit Media and Lisa Shibi are nose-to-nose for that spot. Jero Gamareza is making a move, jumping 2 places to fifth. Jero Gamareza is holding on to 5th place, but Amy is right behind him. Lord Buttrell and Amy are still neck and neck for 6th. Ixnobadixel just gained 1 spot and is now 11th. Maya is slicing through the pack, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ixnobadixel and Maya are nose to tail for 11. Pippi Langstrom is climbing 1 spot to 15. Der Leedsgo just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Ingo McCringleberry and Lian Yoshin are nose to nose for 13. New for Life and Pippi Langstrom are also locked in a close fight for 15. Penske Motorsport is now in first place. Shiro Gamarasa has climbed to fourth, and Maya is now in 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Rando Buster is now in first place. Hermit Media has climbed to 4th. Okinabaka is in 10th. Okinabaka and the Foss 84 are nose to nose for 9th. New for Life is driving a 1963 Brabham BT3. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, hanging around the 13th spot. Not much movement so far. Lisa Shibi is climbing to second place. Lord Buttrell is closing in on Amy and has cut the gap by nearly 2 seconds. I am moving up to 10th place. Dreletsko is now in 7th place. Lord Buttrell and Dreletsko are still battling for that spot. Okinabaka has moved up to 10th place. Lord Buttrell is driving a 1965 Brabham BT7. Looks like he's holding 8th place, but the race is tight with plenty of room for overtakes. Ingvild Mekringleberry is driving a Honda R272, which is known for its innovative V12 engine and lightweight design. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle, currently in 15th place, trying to catch up but not quite there yet. Shiro Gamesa, better watch out. Amy is closing in fast. No for Life is climbing up to 14th place. Pippi Langstrom is sneaking into 15th. Penske Motorsport is now in 2nd place. Shiro Gamaraza is closing in on Hermit Media, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. The Let's Go has moved up to 6th place. Amy just gained a spot and is now in 6th place. The Fuzz 84 is also climbing, now in 8th. Looks like the race is heating up. The Fuzz 84 is climbing up 1 spot to take 7th place. The Fuzz 84 and Draw Let's Go are nose to tail for 7th. Okinabaka and Lord Buttrell are locked in a close fight for 9th. The Let's Go just overtook someone and is now in 7th place. The fight between Draw Let's Go and Amy for 6th place is heating up. Looks like a close one. DOS 84 is climbing to 7th place. Maya is advancing to 10th place. Shiro Gamarasa is climbing fast into 3rd place. Lisa Shibi and Hermit Media are nose to nose fighting for 4th. Let's Go is gaining ground, moving into 7th. Shiro Gamesa is really closing in on Penske Motorsport. The gap is shrinking fast. New for Life is climbing up to 14th place, making some moves. Lord Buttrell just overtook Draw Let's Go and is now in 7th place. They are nose to tail in that battle for 7th. The 84 is driving a 1965 Brabham BT7, same as many others in the race. They are currently in 8th place. just behind the leader by about a second and a half. Looks like a tight fight for the top spots. The Foz 84 is really closing the gap on Maya, now just a second behind. Pippi Langström keeps climbing, now in 15th. Maya is climbing up to 8th place. Pippi Langström is now in 13th. New for Life is in 14th and gaining. Drelecko just overtook someone to take 8th place. Maya and Drelecko are nose to nose for 8th. Pippi Langström is climbing up to 12th. Hiroga Marasa just gained 1 spot and is now in 2nd place. Penske Motorsport and Zach are nose to tail fighting for that 2nd position. I am moving up 1 spot and now in 8th place. Maya and Lord Buttrill are battling closely for 7th place. Wow, Brando Buster, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win, champion. Congratulations to Brandobuster on winning the race. That was a fantastic drive. Well-deserved victory. And a big shout out to Maya for the most overtakes today. You can claim the vintage 1965 Cooper T77. Looks like a true classic for your collection. Great job to everyone else too. This race was intense. Sure. Did you know that NASCAR racing cars are designed to look like production cars, but are actually built from scratch for racing? It's like giving a regular car a superhero costume and saying, go race. They're built for speed and durability, but still keep that familiar look that makes fans go, hey, I've seen that on the road. Alright, Dustbite Speedway, here we go. Beards in a Toyota Camry, a car known for reliability and decent handling, but not necessarily for speed and agility. On the other hand, Rosaurus is behind the wheel of a Chevrolet SS, which is a bit more of a sporty ride with a V8 under the hood. If I had to bet, I'd say Rosaurus has the edge here. The Chevy's power should give it an advantage on the straights and maybe even out the corners. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. Let's find out who takes the checkered flag. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Dustbite Speedway and leading the pack is the Lium car, a 2017 Toyota Camry. Sitting pretty on pole position. Let's see if it can hold on to that front spot or if the others are going to give it a run for its money. Lium has shot off the line to take the lead. Lian Yassin is holding second place, trying to keep up. Husky Hog is in third, but expect some early drama to shake things up. Bamaka is on a roll, climbing 4 places now. Pippi Langstrup is also making moves, climbing 3 spots to 23. Lian Yashin is holding the top spot, inching ahead by 1. Lium and Lian Yashin are neck and neck for first place. Husky Hog and Lium are fighting hard for second. Dixie's Beau Prey and Lemon Cult Games are locked in a close battle for 5th. Lium just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Lian Yashin and Lium are nose to nose for first place. Lemon Cult Games is climbing up to 4th, closing in on the top contenders. Lian Yashin just took the lead, claiming first place. Lium and Lian Yashin are still nose to nose for the top spot. Husky Hog and Lium are locked in a close fight for second place. Lium and Lian Yashin are locked in a fierce fight for the top spot. Mutuba just nudged up to 3rd place and is now eyeing Lemon Cult Games. Lemon Cult Games is not giving up that easily and is holding on to 4th, but the battle for 3rd is heating up. Lium is now in 1st place. Lemon Cult Games and Mutuba are still neck and neck for 3rd. Joey Pastrami has climbed 2 spots to sit in 6th. Lemon Cult Games and Mutuba are neck and neck for 3rd place. Joey Pastrami just gained 1 spot, now in 5th. Xadax and Husky Hog are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Lian Yashin and Lium are nose to tail at the front. Lemon Cult Games just snuck into 3rd place. Husky Hog is making a move into the top 5. Lian Yashin and Lium are neck and neck for 1st place. Mutuba and Lemon Cult Games are battling hard for 3rd. Husky Hog and Mutuba are also close for 4th. Lian Yashin just took the lead, claiming 1st place. Lium is right behind her, both battling for the top spot. Mutuba is climbing up to 3rd, making it a 3-way fight at the front. Lium is now in 1st place. Lian Yashin and Lium are still nose to nose fighting for the lead. Lemon Cult Games has climbed to 3rd place. Lian Yashin just overtook someone to take the lead. Lium is right behind her, still fighting for that top spot. Mutuba is climbing up to 3rd place, making the race even more interesting. Lium and Lian Yashin are nose to tail at the front. Husky Hog and Lemon Cult Games are also locked in a close fight for 4th. Joey Pastrami just gained a spot and is closing in on the top 5. Joey Pastrami and Husky Hawk are battling for 5th place now. Apex Milkbag has stormed to the front, overtaking 16 cars to take the lead. Lian Yashin and Apex Milkbag are nose-to-nose for 1st place. Lium and Lian Yoshin are locked in a close fight for 2nd. Apex Milkbag is really having a tough time dropping way back to 30. Lium is climbing fast, now in 1st place. Lian Yashin and Lium are nose-to-nose for the top spot. Looks like a close fight. Wow. Lium took the victory again. Looks like they're on a roll. Better luck next time to the rest. Wow. Lium really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race, you totally owned it. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move. The clock's ticking down and pretty soon we'll be locked in with whatever you've got. Don't say I didn't warn you when your favorite car is already speeding off into the lead. Oh, this is a tough one. The Ferrari 812 Superfast is known for its raw power and speed, especially on a circuit like Valencia. But the Aston Martin Valhalla is a newer, cutting-edge hypercar with advanced aerodynamics and technology. I'd probably lean towards the Ferrari for its track record in racing. Still, that Aston Martin could surprise us with some sleek moves. It's gonna be a close call, but I'm putting my money on a Bombsy and that fiery Ferrari. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Valencia Street Circuit. Abomzi's on pole, zooming in with a 2017 Ferrari 812. Super fast. Let's see if that speed can hold up. Whip 3 out 25 has shot to the front right at the start. Abomzi is holding strong in second place, while New for Life is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya just overtook someone to take third place. Amy and Hingle McCringleberry are still nose to nose for 6th. Mirgutsu is climbing up to 8th. Unclearly Gaming is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. Maya just gained 1 position, now in 2nd. Domertz on 3 is also climbing, moving up 2 spots to 8th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing nicely into 4th place. Amy is making a move up to 6th. Looks like Amy and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 5th. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Abomzi, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Domertz on 3 and Maldox FCF are neck and neck for 7th place. Mirgutsu and Penske Motorsport are fighting hard for 10th spot. Maldox FTF is really closing in on No View for Life, now just 1 second behind. Maya is holding steady in 8th place, not giving up any ground. Mirgutsu is making a move up to 10th, so keep an eye on that battle. Pippi Langstrumpf is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to reach 13. Amy is inching closer to the top, moving up 1 place to 4th. Hingle McCringleberry and Amy are nose to tail, fighting for that 4th position. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 4th place. Domertz on 3 is now in 6th. Unclearly Gaming has moved up to 8th. Hingle McCringleberry and Abomzi are nose to nose for 3rd place. Mirgutsu just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th. Maldox FCF and Mirgutsu are also battling fiercely for 9th. Mirgutsu and Unclearly Gaming are nose to nose for 8th place. Maldox FCF and Mirgutsu are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Wrestling 567 and Vagrant Enchanter are battling hard for 15th. Hingle McCringleberry and Abomzi are nose to nose for 3rd place. Mirgutsu is climbing fast, now in 7th after overtaking 2 cars. New for Life and Mirgutsu are battling fiercely for 7th. New for Life and Mirgutsu are neck and neck for 7th place. Anarchizix just moved up 1 spot to 10th. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on Lin Yashin and has cut the gap by over 2 seconds. Unclearly Gaming is climbing up to 8th place. Anarchizix is also advancing, now in 9th. Looks like New for Life and Anarchizix are locked in a close fight for 9th. Wow, With 3L25, you really outpaced everyone. Nice job winning the race at Valencia Street Circuit. Looks like your speed is unbeatable. Wow! Whip 3L25 really pulled off an impressive win? Congratulations! That was a fantastic race and you totally earned that victory. Can't wait to see what you do next time. Sure thing. Did you know that Lime Rock Park is one of the shortest professional racing circuits in the United States? It's only about a mile long but packs a lot of action into that tiny space. It's like the espresso shot of racetracks. Intense and packed with excitement from start to finish. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in. The clock's ticking down fast, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't make me choose for you, because I might pick the slowest car just to mess with you. Alright, this is quite the interesting matchup. On one side, you've got Murgutsu cruising in a classic 1986 Alfa Romeo Spider QV. That car is known for its stylish looks and a fun-spirited drive. But it's not exactly the top of the line when it comes to modern racing tech. And then there's Lodbuttrell in a 1989 Nissan Laurel, which is a bit more obscure, but usually more comfortable and stable in long turns. Given the track and the cars, I'd say this race might come down to handling and precision. The Alfa might have a bit of a nostalgic edge and could surprise us if it's well tuned. But if I had to pick based on performance and aerodynamics, I might lean toward Lodbuttrell's Nissan Laurel. It's got a reputation for solid cornering and stability, which could be the deciding factor around Lime Rock's tight corners. But hey, with AI driving these beauties, anything can happen. It's all about who's feeling a little more reckless today. Alright folks, Rummy Fizz 13 is starting on pole in that classic 1996 Fiat Coupe Turbo. The retro slow cars, but hey, it's got style. Let's see if it can hold on. Rummy Fizz 13 has shot off the line and taken the lead. Pippi Longstrump is holding second place. trying to keep up. King Chu 22 is in third, but expect some fireworks to shake things up soon. Lian Yeshin is climbing up to third place. Amy is making a move and now sits in fourth. Penske Motorsport and King Chu 22 are nose to nose, battling for fifth place. Maya is now in sixth place, climbing up one spot. Maya and King Chu 22 are nose to nose, fighting for fifth. New for Life has gained one position, moving into ninth. Maya is battling to catch up after dropping to 14. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 6th. Lisa Shibi is pushing into 7th. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th place. Mirgutsu and Move for Life are nose-to-nose, fighting for 9th. Amy is now in 3rd place. Penske Motorsport has moved into 5th. Mirgutsu is in 9th. The race is heating up. Lisa Shibi is hot on King Chu 22's tail now. Smurf 20 just snuck into the top 12. Maya is inching closer to Lord Buttrell, closing the gap by a second and a half. Amy is currently in 2nd place with a 1998 BMW M5 E39. Looks like she's holding steady, but she's got some racers breathing down her neck. Lian Yishin is gaining ground on Pippi Langstrom, and they are now battling for 3rd place. Lian has cut the gap by over a second and a half. Maya is closing in on Lord Buttrell, and has shrunk the distance by 3.4 seconds. Looks like things are heating up behind the leaders. Amy is gaining on Rumi of his 13, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Penske Motorsport is inching closer to Lian Yashin, also by 1.3 seconds. Ingo McCringleberry has made a move up one spot to 7th place. Smurf 20 is driving a 1990 Mercedes-Benz 560. They're holding steady in the middle of the pack and seem to be maintaining consistent lap times. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in on King Chu 22, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Maya is climbing up one spot to 12th place. Wilder Eno and Maya are locked in a tight fight for 12th place. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Penske Motorsport is now in 4th place, closing the gap. Amy has claimed the top spot, leaving the rest in her dust. New for Life has moved into 9th, but still chasing. King Chu 22 is gaining on Lian Yashin fast, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Migudutsu has climbed one spot and is now in 9th place. Maya is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 3rd place. Pippi Langstrom and Penske Motorsport are nose to nose for that spot. I am advancing 2 positions to 9th. Maya is right behind the Zashibi now, closing the gap to just over a second. The battle for 8th place is heating up with those two. New for Life has made a move, climbing into 10th place. Ramia Thistetin is driving a 1996 Fiat Coupe Turbo, starting from the pole position. They're holding 2nd place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard but still chasing Amy. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, Amy really went all out today. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes. That's a triple crown in style. Huge congrats to you, Amy. You totally earned that victory and the shiny new car. And for those hoping to claim a car, if you manage to match Amy's feat of getting the fastest lap, you could be driving home in a 1998 BMW M5 E39. So keep pushing. There's still a chance to claim that legendary street car. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time to do it before the race kicks off. Don't want to miss out on the glory of watching your favorite AI vehicle cruise to victory? Get those selections in. Oh wow, both of these cars are pretty much from the same era, but very different in personality. The Colony FC 188 from 1988, that's a real underdog kind of choice. It's a bit of a scrapper, not exactly known for its speed or reliability. Then you've got the Tyrrell 017, also from 1988, which was a more competitive car back in the day. Given that, I'd say Ozgazerod's Tyrrell might have the edge just because it was more race-ready and had a bit more finesse. But honestly, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. It might come down to who's better at unintentional wheelies or dodging imaginary obstacles. So, I'd put my chips on Ozgazerod's Tyrrell for a slightly smoother ride. But hey, that Colony could surprise us all if it gets a lucky break or two. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Barbagallo, and right at the front, we have Pippi Longstrump in a 1988 McLaren MP44. Starting on pole, of course, because who else would it be? Let's see if she can hold that lead or if the AI has other plans. Pippi Langstrump is taking an early lead, Hot Bolognese is right behind in second, and Grampy Giraffe is holding on to third. Looks like a close battle already. Beats with Kev is climbing to 5th place. Slipnenslida Gaming and Beats with Kev are nose to nose for 5th. Nahokaos is inching up to 7th. Ozzy at Boel and Mia Hokaos are nose to tail for 7th place. Maya is climbing up 1 spot to 11th. Max Spirelli and Penske Motorsport are locked in a close fight for 12th. Skakes' Beau Prix is on the move, climbing up to 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya and Singoshi are nose to tail fighting for 10th. Bean Streams and Skeksis Beau Prix are also close for the same spot. Maya and Singoshi are nose to tail in 10th place. Next Boring Life is climbing fast, now in 19th. Slipnslida Gaming and Beats with Kev are still neck and neck for 5th place. Max Spirelli just gained 1 spot and is now 12. Max Spirelli and I are trading paint for 11th place. Lian Yeshin is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 10. Skeksis Beau Prix is also making moves, passing 3 cars to settle in 12. Slipnslida Gaming is having a rough time, dropping 11 positions to 17. Our Windstorm is on a roll, climbing to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bean Streams is right behind, also moving up 3 spots to 13. Meg's Boring Life is making a move, overtaking 4 cars to sit in 15. Looks like the midfield is heating up. Ostserod is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 18. Grampy Giraffe is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. Grampy Giraffe and Pippi Langstrump are nose to nose for the top spot. Hot Bolognese is really having a rough time, dropping to 17. New for Life just snuck into 2nd place. Nahokaos is climbing up to 4th, leaving some behind. New for Life is driving a Williams FW12, starting in 4th place. They've set a fastest lap of 55.3 in 5 seconds, and are currently in 2nd place, so they're making a solid push up the field. Aussie 12,002 is dropping like a stone to 12th place. Nahokaos is climbing up to 3rd and now battling Grampy Giraffe for that spot. Things are heating up in the top 3. Grampy Giraffe is climbing up to 3rd place. Beats with Cave chipping away at Nahokaos, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Penske Motorsport is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 11. Wow, Pippi Langstrump just won the race. Looks like her adventurous spirit really paid off. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Pippi Langstrumpf has taken the winning spot. Well, I guess she's got the magic touch after all. Congrats to her. That was quite the impressive performance. Looks like she's the one to beat in this race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability. Zandvoort Club has those tight bends and sweeping turns that really test a car's agility. Straight line speed is nice, but if your car can't stick to the curves and maintain control at high speeds, you're not going to do well here. Zo, a car that feels glued to the track and responds precisely to driver inputs, would be my top choice. Wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. Pippi Langstrumpf with her 1968 Porsche 909. Bergspider looks like she's got some serious racing heritage on her side. But then again, Amy's 1966 Chinook Mark II could surprise us with that classic charm. And maybe a little bit of that vintage underdog spirit. The Porsche 999 is known for its agility and lightweight design, so I'd probably give it a slight edge on Zandvoort's tight turns and fast straights. But don't count out the Chinook. Sometimes the older cars have a way of surprising us with their durability and handling. Honestly, I'm leaning toward Pippi taking it, but I wouldn't be shocked if Amy pulls off an upset. This race is all about the thrill of vintage engines roaring to life. Alright folks, the race is underway at Zandvoort Club track. Pippi Langstrumpf is on pole, driving a vintage 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. Let's see if that classic magic can hold off the competition. Pippi Langstrumpf is leading the race, followed closely by Gamerboss 72 in second place. Amy is currently in third place, trying to keep up with the front runners. Gamerboss 72 just edged past Amy for second place, and the YA and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for fourth. Looks like that fight could go either way. Maya and Gamerboss 72 are nose to tail for third place. Taknasty and Hingle McCringleberry are swapping positions for fifth. Bodetzeroa and Cloudy are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to fourth place. New for Life is making a move to ninth. Gingrot and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for 10th. Maya is now in fourth place, climbing up one spot. Dank Nuggins and Lazy Towner are locked in a close fight for 12. Tugon at TTV is advancing one position to 21st. Tacknasty just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Tacknasty are nose-to-tail fighting for 5th. Kingwood and Penske Motorsport are locked in a close duel for 10th. For Life is climbing up to 8th place. Kingwood has moved up to 10th and is now chasing the iconic Odd for 9th. The battle for 9th is heating up. Dank Nuggins is climbing to 14th place. Unstabil is advancing to 18th place. Kulukacho is making a move to 19th place. Gamerbus72 is climbing up to 2nd place. Cloudy is also moving up to 14th. Dank Nuggins and Cloudy are locked in a close fight for 14th. Amy just gained a spot to take 2nd place. Iconic Odd and New for Life are nose to nose for 8th. Dank Nuggins is climbing up to 15th. Cloudy advances to 14th place. Cthulhu Kachu climbs to 18th place. Unstabil and Cthulhu Kachu are locked in a close fight for 18th. Kingrut advances to 9th place. Budadzaror climbs to 12th. In Jirne, Gulukachu is gaining on Karivanen, closing the gap by over a second. Maya and Gamerbus72 are neck and neck for 3rd place. Samun Samun is climbing to 15. Cthulhu Kachu is also on the move, now in 17. Iconic Odd is now in 9th place, closing the gap with Kingrut. Kingrut and Iconic Odd are nose to tail for 9th position. Cthulhu Kachu has gained 1 spot, and is now in 16th place. Amy is leading in a vintage ultralights car, a 1966 Chinook Mark II. She's holding a steady 2nd place, with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 13.282. Looks like she's managing to keep the pace up. Samun Samun just overtook someone to move into 14th place. Cloudy and Samun Samun are nose to nose. Looks like a battle for 14th is heating up. Lian Yashin and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 6th place. Cloudy is inching up to take 14th. Salmon Zamon and Cloudy are locked in a close fight for the same position. Budasaro is driving a 1963 Jaguar E-Type Lightweight, a classic lightweight sports car. They're currently in 12th place, but their lap time of 1:22.23 shows they're not quite as quick as the leaders. Looks like a steady race for them so far. Dank Nuggins is trying to shake off Sulukachu, but they're still nose to tail. Shotskis and Cloudsurfer 69 are neck and neck. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Wow, Pippi Langstrom just won the race. Looks like she's ready to take on the world, one victory at a time. Well done. Wow, Pippi Langstrumpf has done it again. Congratulations on winning the race. You must be pretty happy to take home that classic 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. Well done. And a big shout out to Leon Yoshin for securing the fastest lap. Yes? You've earned yourself a vintage beauty. The 1972 Lola T290. That's quite the prize. Who's feeling lucky enough to claim these amazing cars next? Here's a fun fact for you all. The combined supercars racing class is like the ultimate sports car showdown, where manufacturers mix their best machines into one fierce competition. Imagine fine-tuned engines, sleek aerodynamics, and a whole lot of horsepower all battling it out in one race. It's like a car lover's fantasy come true, where every lap is a high-speed showdown of engineering marvels. Now, who do you think is going to take the checkered flag today? Hey everyone! Time's almost up to pick your car. Hurry up and get those choices in before the clock runs out. Wouldn't want to miss out on the chance to see which AI-driven car takes the crown. Oh, this is a classic battle of the underdog versus the powerhouse. The Mazda Furai from 27 is known for its sleek design and agility, but it's a bit older, and might not have the raw speed of the Radical SR8 from 2005. Penske Motorsports Radical is likely built for pure speed and endurance, especially on a track like Baskerville. Honestly, I'd put my chips on the Radical SR8, taking the lead early and holding on to it. But hey, that Furai could surprise us with some unexpected agility. So, my bet is on the Radical. But I'd love to see the Mazda pull off an upset. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at Baskerville, and Squat Bender is leading the pack in that sleek 2020 Aston Martin Victor RR. Looks like they've got the pole position, so let's see if they can hold on to that early lead. Captain Trippy is leading the race, followed closely by Squat Bender in second place. Shotskis is holding on to third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. TPKA advances to 6th place. Silver Gaming climbs 2 spots to 7th. New for Life moves up 2 spots to 11th. No for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 10th place. TPPA is now in 5th place, closing in on Leon Yoshin. Lian and TPPPA are nose-to-nose for 5th position. Missionman has climbed to 11th place, making some progress. Amy is making moves now in 11th place. TPKA is closing the gap on Equinox 2, less than 2 seconds behind. TPKPA and Equinox 2 are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Lian Yashin is climbing to 5th place. Hingle Kringleberry is now 8th. Mission Man has advanced to 10th. Shotskis and Squat Bender are nose to tail for 2nd place. Silver Gaming just sneaked into 6th. Hingle Kringleberry is closing the gap on TPPPA, now just a second behind. Shotskis and Squat Bender are nose to tail for 2nd place. Mission Man just climbed 1 spot to 9th. Amy is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 10th. Missionman is driving a Mazda Furai, known for its aerodynamic design and lightweight build. Looks like they're holding steady in the top 10, but no real moves yet. TPPA is driving a Lamborghini Reventon, a car known for its aggressive looks and sharp handling. They're currently in 7th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. The modern street cars are dominating with faster lap times and top positions, while the retro and vintage classes are lagging behind. The track seems to favor newer tech and aerodynamics. Mission then moves up 1 spot to take 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Mission Man are battling hard for 8th. Amy is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by a second. Mission Man is climbing up to 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry and TPPPA are locked in a close fight for 8th. Amy is closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry by 1/4 seconds. Silver Gaming is climbing up to 5th place. Lian Yashin and Silver B Gaming are nose to nose for 5th. Hingle McCringleberry is inching up to 8th. Mission Man is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Lian Yashin and Mission Man are battling closely for 6th. Amy is up 1 position and now in 9th. Mission Man advances 1 spot to take 5th place. Amy climbs 2 spots to 7th. Hingle McCringleberry and Amy are nose to tail fighting for 7th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 7th place. Lian Yashin is now in 8th. TPPA has also gained a spot and is in 9th. The race is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1989 Ferrari F40 LM, a classic retro street car. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady with the fastest lap of the race so far among retro cars. Looks like they're making the most of that vintage muscle. Wow, Captain Trippy took the victory again. Looks like they're on a roll. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow. Captain Trippy really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on winning the race, you earned it. Now, as for the drivers who can claim a car, Amy, you got the fastest lap, which is no small feat. You can now claim a 2019 McLaren Speedtail. Nice work! If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Paul Ricard WTC circuit, I would probably lean towards the 2016 BMW M6. It's a beast with a good balance of power and handling, which are crucial on that track's tricky corners and high-speed sections. Plus, its weight distribution and aerodynamics give it an edge over the smaller or less powerful cars. Of course, the Porsche Cayman, so the BMW M4, could also put up a good fight. But I think the M6 has the right mix of speed and stability to come out on top. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make sure to pick your favorite car before time runs out. You don't want to miss out on the action, do you? Get those votes in. Wow, this is quite the matchup. Amy's driving a 2014 Toyota FT1, which is sleek and modern, probably nimble and fast. On the other hand, Balsamic Bing 283 is in a 2000 Pontiac Firebird Trans AM, a classic muscle car that's got a lot of raw power, but maybe not as much finesse. Given the car choices, I'd say Amy has the edge in terms of handling and speed, especially on a demanding track like Paul Ricard. The fast one is built for agility and quick corners, while the Trans Am might struggle a bit with precision. So I'm placing my bets on Amy to take this one home. But hey, that Firebird has some muscle, so it might throw a surprise or two. Alright everyone, the race kickoff at Paul Ricard WTCC track and modern slow cars class is underway. Ovidus is starting on pole, steering a 2015 Ford Falcon FGX X8. Let's see if speed or luck will decide today's drama. Ovidus has shot off the line to take the lead. I am holding second place, just ahead of Quiz 44, who is trying to find a way past. Lady Gami is on a roll, climbing to 9th place. Amy is making a solid push to 12th. Hingle McCringleberry is sneaking up to 15th. The race is heating up. Exception is closing in on Ovidus, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. They're in a tight battle for second place. Pippi Langström is climbing up one spot to take 10th. Exception just sneaked into second place. Ovidos and Exception are nose to nose for that spot. Basket and Fee is climbing fast, now in fourth. Basket and Fee is closing in on Ovidus, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langström is climbing up one spot to take 8th place. Lady Gami and Patsors are locked in a close fight for 9th. Next Spirally is climbing up to 6th place. Lady Gami is now 9th. Amy is in 10th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Basket and Fee is closing in on Ovidus, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Pippi Langström is climbing one spot to 7th. Amy is also moving up one spot to 9th. Amy and Globalcell are nose to nose fighting for 8th place. Basket and Fee is climbing to 3rd place. Ovidus and Basket and TV are nose to nose for 3rd. Pippi Langström is gaining 2 spots, now in 5th. Pippi Langström is climbing to 4th place. Ovidus and Pippi are nose to nose for that spot. Amy is advancing to 7th. Looks like a close fight behind the leaders. Max Spirally is closing in on Ovidus, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. England McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th place. Cousins Coast is moving into 10th. Pippi Langström and Basket and TV are neck and neck for 3rd place. Amy and Next Spirally are locked in a close fight for 6th. Mr. Roche is climbing up to 15th, making a move. Amy just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Chosen's Coast is climbing to 9th place. Quiz 44 and Chosen's Coast are nose to nose for the 9th spot. Pippi Langström is climbing to 3rd place. Amy is advancing to 5th. Hingle McCringleberry is moving up to 7th. Hingle McCringleberry and Ovidus are nose to nose for 6th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 6th place. Amur Pinkwolf is now in 13th. Penske Motorsport has moved into 16th. Chosen's Coast is climbing up to 7th place. Now Pinkwolf and Globalcell are nose to nose for 12th. The Dreamkeeper is chipping away at Gary 17, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Platigami is climbing up to 10th place. Quiz 44 and Platigami are nose to nose for that spot. Patsorts is also making moves, now in 13th. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Basket and Fee is trying to fend off Amy's charge. Naturalian Lucky is climbing fast, now in 25th, while Naturalian Lucky and Balsamic Gint 183 are nose to nose for 24th. Pippi Langström is closing in on Exception, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Eliciton 95 has climbed one spot to take 20th place. Spikebus and Elicitone 1095 are locked in a close fight for 20th. Pippi Langstrump is climbing to 2nd place. Ingle McCringleberry is making a move to 4th. Chozang's Coast is closing in on Amy, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Quiz 44 is now in 10th place, inching closer to the top 10. Global Oxel is just behind in 11th, not giving up yet. Amy has made a move into 5th, showing some aggressive driving. Ingle McCringleberry is gaining on Exception, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Chozang's Coast has climbed one spot to sit in 6th. Eliciton 1095 is closing in on Nobuo for Life, narrowing the distance by 1/4 second. Wow, Maya, you really outpaced everyone. Congratulations on the win. Now you can add race winner to your impressive resume. Wow, congratulations to me for winning the race. I knew I had it in me. And a big shout out to Amy for winning the bet race. That's some solid racing there. Ingle McCringleberry, you really went all out with the overtakes. Impressive. Now, we're just waiting for the lucky drivers who can claim those shiny new cars. Looks like I'm claiming the 2014 Toyota FT1 for fastest lap. Amy gets the same for winning the bet, and Hingle, you're taking home the same for overtakes. This was awesome. Can't wait to see what they do next. Sure thing. A fun fact about Trans Am racing cars is that they were originally based on production muscle cars, like the Ford Mustang and Chevrolet Camaro. But once they hit the track, they turned into pretty much supercars with modifications. It's like giving a family car a secret superhero upgrade. So you could say they started as street cars and ended up as beasts on the racetrack. Alright, we've got Latusos in a Chevrolet Camaro and Hingle McCringleberry in a Ford Mustang racing at the Denver Pepsi Center. Both of these cars are pretty fierce, but the Camaro tends to have a slight edge when it comes to overall power and handling. The Mustang is no slouch either, but I'd say the Camaro might just take the lead here. Let's keep an eye on that race and see if Hingle can surprise us, or if Lotusus will cruise to victory. Do you have a favorite already? Or are you just here for the drama? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Denver Pepsi Center, and leading the pack is Lotusos in a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro Caisio. Looks like the Trans Am class is already heating up. Let's see if the Camaro can hold that pole position. Lotusos has shot off the line into the lead. Hingle McCringleberry is holding second place, just ahead of Amy in third. Looks like a pretty tight start so far. Hingle McCringleberry just edged past Amy for second place. Pippi Langstrom and Lian Yashin are still neck and neck for fourth. Penske Motorsport and New for Life are trading positions in sixth. Lian Yashin just overtook someone to climb into third place. No Rufalek is also making moves, now in fifth. Aisley and Exclusive Box are nose to nose for 11th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. The Trans Am cars are dominating the front with a clear lead, while the TCE class is stuck in a pack, probably struggling with the track layout or car performance differences. Lorza Crespi is racing a 2012 Lada Granta, which is known for its rugged simplicity. They're currently in 14th place, so not quite making waves but holding steady. Aisley just nudged ahead of Exclusive Gox for 11th place. Looks like they're about to turn this into a real photo finish. Uziva Gox just nudged into the top 12. Aisley and Exclusive Gox are nose to tail for 11th place. The Trans Am cars are dominating the top spots, showing the class's strength on this track. The TCEs are trailing behind, likely struggling with the layout or car performance. Lord Zekretsky is driving a 2012 Lada Granta, and they're currently in the 12th place. Looks like they're making a move through the pack, but still a few spots behind the leaders. Pippi Langstrom is driving a Chevrolet Camaro and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so they're hanging in there but not quite challenging for the top. Aisley is racing a 2003 Peugeot 206 RC. They're currently in the 13th place, and their lap time is a bit slower than most, so it looks like the race is not going their way today. Hingle McCringleberry is taking the lead, climbing one spot to claim first place. Maya is also moving up one spot now in 7th. Penske Motorsport and Maya are nose to tail, fighting hard for that 7th position. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 5th place. New for Life and Pippi are nose to nose for 5th. Ovidus is cutting down the distance to Aerotech, now just 1.4 seconds behind. New for Life is making a move up to 4th place. The fight for 3rd between New for Life and Leon Yashin is heating up. Lord Sekritsby is creeping closer to Exclusive Agox, chipping away at the gap. Amy is gaining on New for Life. Again, closing the gap to just a second. Amy and New for Life are nose to tail for 4th place. Pippi Langstrom and Amy are swapping positions in their tight fight for 5th. Aerotech is running a 2011 Volkswagen Scirocco R Cup Tuttore. They're currently in 15th place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace, but no major moves yet. Aerotech just nudged ahead of Exley for 13th place. They're nose to nose. This could get interesting. Exclusivagox is driving a 2003 Peugeot 206 RC. They're currently in 12th place, trying to hold on with a lap time of 1:29.995. Looks like a steady but slow race for now. Exclusivagox is in a 23 Peugeot 206 RC and is currently in 11th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Lotusos is now in 1st place. New for Life is gaining on Leon Yashin and has cut the gap by over a second. Lotusos is holding a slim lead, but Hingle McCringleberry is right behind, ready to pounce. It's a close battle, so expect some fireworks on the final lap. Wow, Lotusos just took the win. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Congratulations on the impressive victory. Oh wow, what a fantastic finish. Huge congratulations to Lotusos for taking the race win. They really showed some impressive speed out there. Now, let's talk about those awesome achievements. Hingle McCringleberry, you earned the fastest lap, so you get to claim a 2021 Ford Mustang from the Trans Am series. That's a sweet ride for sure. And New for Life, you dominated the overtakes today, so a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro from the Trans Am is all yours. Great job to both of you. For this track, I would focus mostly on a car's handling and cornering performance. New Jersey Motorsports Park has some really technical turns and sharp corners, so being able to navigate those smoothly would make a huge difference. Speed is great, but if your car doesn't stick to the track and you can't control it well through those twists and turns, you'll lose precious seconds. So, a balanced setup with good grip and agile steering would be the top priority here. Hey everyone, last chance. The clock is ticking and you need to pick your car now or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the fun. Alright, so on one side we have HP Lootcraft in a 2005 Pagani Zonda F. That's a car that's all about sleek handling and speed, even if it's a bit older. On the other side, Move for Life in a 23 Dodge Vipers RT10. Now that's a beast with raw power, but it's a bit more of a brute than a precision instrument. Given the track at New Jersey Motorsports Park and these cars, I'd probably give the edge to HP Lootcraft. The Zonda F has that perfect balance of agility and top speed that could help it navigate those tricky turns better than the Viper's overwhelming horsepower. But hey, that Viper's not gonna go quietly, and if it gets a good launch, it might just surprise us all. So I'd say the winner is likely to be HP Lootcraft. But don't count Move for Life out just yet. This race could turn into a real nail-biter. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Ace Bazixwich is starting on pole in a 26 Ford GTX zone, so things are already getting interesting. Stay tuned. Lian Yeshin is leading the race right now. Right behind her, Ace Bazixwich is holding second place and Shatoda Dorok 39 is in third. Looks like a tight start so far. HP Lootcraft is climbing fast, now in 6th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is making a strong push, now 7th after overtaking 4 cars. Hingham Kringleberry is on the move, now 8th after passing 5 cars. Things are heating up at the front. Red Panda Manatee 4 is really having a rough time, dropping 7 spots to 23rd. Teos of Strili just gained 1 spot to 12th. Princess Wildface also moved up 1 spot to 14th. Hingham Kringleberry is gaining ground on Pippi Langstrumpf, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Tales of Strili just moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Iconic Odd is climbing to 3rd place. Detoxins and Iron Crosso Wooden Cross are locked in a close fight for 18th. Shoujo Todoroki 39 just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Pippi Langstrumpf and HP Lootcraft are still neck and neck for 6th. Detoxness is climbing fast, moving up 2 spots to 17th. Story Forge is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Pippi Langstrumpf is in 6th place, also moving up 1 spot. Wodadsura has advanced to 17th place, climbing 1 spot. Penske Motorsport is right behind Tales of Struli now, closing the gap to just a second. Red Panda Man 94 is gaining on Beleskopine, cutting the distance by 2.5 seconds. Hingelme Kringleberry and HP Loopcraft are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Wild Cavanone and Bacon are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Iron Twister Wooden Cross is making a move, climbing up to 18th. Story Forge and Shotata Oroki 39 are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Bacon is chipping away at Hingle McCringleberry's lead, now just 1.4 seconds behind. And look at Maya climbing 2 spots, now in 18. The track's tight corners seem to favor the more agile cars like the Ferrari Enzo and Dodge Viper. The longer straights are giving the faster cars like the Pagani Zonda and Maseratis a chance to catch up. Overall, it's a mix of skill and horsepower deciding the order. Story Forge and Leon Yoshin are neck and neck for 2nd place. Wild Cavanone is climbing up to 9th place, 1 step at a time. Story Forge is climbing up to 2nd place. Bacon is also moving up 1 spot, now in 9th. The modern streetcars seem to be pretty evenly matched with quick lap times, but the track at New Jersey Motorsports Park favors precision and handling. The top drivers are tightly packed, so the car class isn't making a huge difference, but a few of the older models are hanging in there. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 5th place. HP Lootcraft is also moving up to 6th. Hingle, McCringleberry, and Iconic Odd are neck and neck for 7th. Hingle, May Kringleberry, is climbing to 7th place. New for Life is advancing to 12th. Crazy Sweet Butt is pushing into 15th. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 12th place. Crazy Sweet Butt is closing the gap on Princess Wildface, now just over a second behind. I'm moving up to 19th place, slowly but surely. Iconic Odd is driving a 1999 Mercedes-Benz C LKGTR, a rare and iconic supercar. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady with a lap time of 1:11.046. Looks like they're hanging in there but not quite challenging for the top spots. Wow! Look at that! SpaceX Witchix just took the top spot at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done! Wow, congratulations to X Basic Switch. You really showed them how it's done. Great job out there. And for all those drivers eager to claim a car, Pippi Langstrup did a fantastic job with the most overtakes. You can now claim the 2006 Mosler MT 900s. Enjoy the ride! Alright folks, you better make your decisions quickly because the clock is counting down. Get those pics in before it's too late or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't say I didn't warn you. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Since Wakalulumago looks like a tight and winding course, a car that can navigate sharp turns smoothly without losing speed would be essential. Acceleration and braking performance are also key here, because quick stops and swift starts will help maintain that competitive edge through the curves. Top speed isn't as critical on this kind of track, so I'd say a balanced setup with a focus on cornering capabilities would give a driver the best shot at winning. Ooh, this is a classic battle of vintage muscle cars. The Pontiac Firebird is known for its raw power and aggressive style, so Penske Motorsport definitely has a strong shot. But the Mercury Cougar has that sleek charm and might surprise us with some unexpected speed. Honestly, if I had to bet, I'd lean toward the Pontiac Firebird because of its robust engine and racing pedigree from that era. But don't count out the Mercury Cougar just yet. Sometimes that sleek design hides a beast underneath. Let's see how they handle Wachilalum Largo and may the fastest car win. Alright everyone, buckle up because Maya's leading the pack in that beautiful 1968 Dodge Dart, the vintage Trans Am class. And she's starting on pole at the Wachilalum Largo track. Let's see if she can keep that first spot. Maya's leading the race right now, holding the top spot. Inga McCringleberry is right behind in second place. Penske Motorsport is currently in third, trying to keep up. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to second place. Inga McCringleberry and Penske are nose-to-nose for that second spot. Pippi Langstrup and Leon Yashin are locked in a fierce fight for fourth. Inga McCringleberry is climbing to second place. Sunboard Boy is advancing to 10th place. Kingrut and Sunboard Boy are neck and neck for 10th. Sunboard Boy and Anonymous Ninity 3 are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Cthulhu Cacho is inching up to 12th. Sunboard Boy is now in 9th place. Kurukachu has moved up to 11th. Looks like they're both climbing steadily. Cthulhu Cacho and Anonymous Ninity 3 are nose to tail for 10th place. Gravy Graves is sneaking up one spot to 12th. Cthulhu Cacho just gained 2 spots and is now in 9th place. Some Board Boy and Cthulhu Cacho are nose to tail fighting for that 9th spot. Autumn Thunderbird is driving a 1962 Jaguar Mark II, a classic with a sleek design. They're currently in the 14th place, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Amy is in 6th place, driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar. She's holding her position but not making any big moves yet. Hippie Langstrom is driving a vintage Dodge Dart, just like me. They're holding on to 5th place and their fastest lap is a bit slower than mine but still pretty quick. Looks like they're staying steady in the middle of the pack. Gravy Graves is climbing up to 10th place. Anonymous Ninity 3 is now in 11th. King Root has moved into 12th. The race is heating up. Lian Yashin is driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar, which is holding the 4th place. Her fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so she's staying competitive but not quite catching the top 3. Itzarua is driving a 1967 Simca Rally 2. They're currently in 8th place and quite a bit off the pace with a fastest lap of 1:16.596. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Hingle McCringleberry just overtook someone to take the lead. Maya is closing the gap. This could get interesting. Itzaror is driving a 1967 Simca Rally 2, a Group 3 car. They're currently in 8th place, quite a bit behind the leaders, and their lap time is significantly slower than the top contenders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Some Board Boy is driving a 1974 Fiat 131 Abarth. Looks like they're stuck in a different time zone with that lap time, so their race might be a bit of a snooze fest. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done! Wow! Hingle McCringleberry, you really showed us all how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. Now, as for the cars to claim, New for Life and Penske Motorsport, you guys nailed the fastest lap and the victory in the bet race. Pretty sweet prizes. And Hingle, since you did the most overtakes, you get to claim that 1970 Plymouth Barracuda. Talk about a well-rounded performance. Great job to everyone involved. This was a blast to watch. Sure thing. The 1998 Mitsubishi 3000G TER4 was quite the tech marvel for its time, featuring active aerodynamics and four-wheel steering ahead of many modern cars. It also had a twin-turbocharged V6 engine that made it a real powerhouse. Basically, it was like a spaceship on wheels, ready to impress anyone who appreciated some early 90s futuristic flair. Hey everyone! Last call to pick your favorite car before the countdown ends. Make your choices quick, or they'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't miss out on the fun. Well, this is quite the interesting matchup. Justin Gilks is steering a 2004 Vauxhall VX 220 Turbo, which is known for being lightweight and nimble, but might be a bit tricky around a technical track, like biker Nicky Big Ring. On the other side, Apex Milkbag has a 2007 Seat Leon Cupra, a car that tends to have a bit more torque and stability, especially on longer or more aggressive corners. If I had to put my chips down, I'd say the Leon Cupra might have the edge here, thanks to its slightly more modern design and power delivery. Still, the VX 220 Turbo could surprise us with some quick corners and clever handling. It's a close call, but I'd lean toward the Seat Leon to take the victory on this one. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Biker Nicky Big Ring, and leading the pack is Prodigy Place 58 in a classic 2002 Honda Integra Type R. Looks like we've got a slightly nostalgic start with those 2000 slow cars up front. Let's see if that old school charm can hold off the newer racers. Prodigy 58 has taken an early lead. Trihartriat is right behind in second, and Lacrosse in 1980 is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Maya is on the move, climbing up to 10th place after overtake 4 cars. Pippi Langstrup is making progress too, moving up 3 spots to 16. Zadomoy Jamis just gained 1 position, now sitting in third. Cthulhu Kachu is climbing to 5th place. Penske Motorsport is now in 10th. Amy is inching into 12th. Hingo Mikringleberry is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Lian Yashin and Hingo are still battling it out for 6th. Daisy Shines has moved up to 15th, making a little progress. Sademoji Jam is just sneaked into 2nd place. Kilukacho is also climbing, now in 4th. Lian Yashin and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 6th. Looks like a fun little scrap there. Kulukachu is climbing up to 3rd place. La Croissant, 1980, is now in 4th. Lian Yashin is making her way to 6th. Hellskank is climbing nicely into 6th place. Lian Yashin and Hellskank are still nose to nose for that position. Penske Motorsport is sneaking up to 9th place. Ingelmini Kringleberry is climbing up 1 spot to take 7th place. Amy and Maya are locked in a close fight for 11th. Pippi Langstrup and the Empress are battling it out for 15th. Penske Motorsport and Lian Yashin are nose to tail for 8th place. Pippi Langstrup and the Empress are locked in a close fight for 15th. Justin Gilks is climbing up 1 spot to 19th. Hellskank is climbing up to 5th place. Penske Motorsport is now in 8th. And I am inching closer to the top 10, now in 10th. Hellskank is gaining on La Croissant 1980, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Penske Motorsport is climbing up 2 spots, now in 6th. Penske Motorsport and Hellskank are nose to tail, fighting hard for 5th place. Hellskank is narrowing the gap to La Croissant 1980 by 1.6 seconds. Hingham McCringleberry has climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Apex Milkbag is also up 1 spot, now in 19th. Maya is now in 9th place, climbing up 1 spot. Gamfres and Pippi Langstrup are neck and neck fighting for 15th. Joey Pastrami is up 1 spot to 21st. Joey Pastrami and Daisy Chains are battling for 20th place. Cthulhu Kachu is gaining on Sadamoji James, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. DF Empress has climbed 1 spot to take 15th place. Justin Gilks is closing in on Pippi Langstrup, reducing the gap by 2.4 seconds. DA Empress just overtook someone to move into 14th place. New for Life and the Empress are still neck and neck for that spot. Justin Gilks is also climbing, now in 15th place. Justin Gilks is climbing to 15th place. Balsamic Vint 183 is gaining on Pippi Langstrup, closing the gap by over a second. Joey Pastrami is driving a 2007 Honda Civic Type R, known for its agility and sharp handling. They're currently in 22nd place, so it looks like a tough race for them so far. Dia Empress advances to 13th place. New for Life climbs to 15th place. New for Life and Papa Casey are neck and neck for 14th. Zademoji Jamis just snatched the lead, taking the top spot. Justin Gilks is inching closer to the top 15, gaining 1 position. New for Life and Justin Gilks are nose to nose for 15th place. Looks like a battle of patience and precision. Cthulhu Kachu and Prodigy Place 58 are neck and neck for 2nd place. Apex Milkbag is closing in on Balsamic Vint 183, chopping the gap down to just 1 second. Pulucao is climbing to second place. La Croissant, 1980, is chipping away at Prodigy Place 58's lead, closing in by a second and a half. Justin Gilks is making moves to get into the top 15. Hell's Camp just overtook La Croissant, 1980, and now they're nose to nose for fourth place. This race is heating up. La Croissant 1980 is climbing up to fourth place. D'Empress is now in 12th. Looks like La Croissant 1980 is on a roll. Justin Gilks is gaining on Amy quickly now. The gap shrinks by over a second. Pippi Langstrom and New for Life are nose to nose for the 16th spot. The track's tight corners and sharp turns are favoring the more agile cars, helping the front runners stay close while causing some overtaking chaos in the middle. Lian Yeshishin is climbing up to 9th place. Triat and Lian are nose to nose for that same position. Justin Gilks is inching closer to the top 15. The Empress and Nasdaq are nose to nose for 11th place. Amy and Justin Gilks are also locked in a close fight for 13th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 15th, leaving some behind. Wow, Sademoji Jamis just took the victory. Guess they really know how to leave everyone in the dust. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Sademoji Jamis for winning the race. That was quite the impressive drive. Looks like all those hours of practice paid off. Can't wait to see if they can defend their title in the next round. Nice work! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because the Camino Viejo de Montserrat extreme circuit looks like it has a lot of sharp turns and technical sections. Speed is important, but if the car can't stick to the road and maneuver through those twisty bits smoothly, all that power doesn't matter much. So, a car with great grip and responsive steering would have the best shot at conquering this challenging course. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The countdown is almost up, so make sure you're not left racing with the default ride. Get those choices in before the clock runs out. Alright, this is a pretty intriguing matchup. Penske Motorsport has a 2016 Subaru Impreza WR X STI. a car known for its rally origins and all-wheel drive grip. Maya's got a 28 km Crossbow GT4, which is more of a lightweight track-focused beast, considering the circuit is extreme and likely demanding on agility and handling. The KTM Crossbow G Tour's lighter weight and sharp handling could give it an edge in tight corners. The Subaru's raw power and all-wheel drive could help on straightaways and in more aggressive sections, but the Expo's agility might allow it to carve through the corners more efficiently. Based purely on the cars and the circuit setup, I'd put my chips on Maya's KTM Crossbow GT4 taking the lead. But hey, in racing, anything can happen, especially with AI behind the wheels. Let's see if the Subaru can surprise us, or if the lightweight Expo will dominate today. Alright everyone, the race is on at the Camino Viejo Montserrat Extreme Circuit. And look at that. Pippi Langstrup is starting on pole in a 2019 Ginetta G55 Super Cup Dodge. Let's see if she can keep that lead or if the other cars will catch up. Pippi Langstrup is leading the race. Hingle McCringleberry is right behind in second, and Amy is holding on to third place. Looks like a close battle already. Maya is closing in on Move for Life in 7th place. Looks like a tight fight for that position. Muanai is defending hard, but Maya is inching closer. Maya is holding steady in the lead. Amy just overtook someone to take second place. Bazinis Ardwu is climbing up to the 18th position. Henfatik is now in 21st. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to second place. Pumpkin of Glory and Move for Life are nose to nose for 8th. Our Pink Wolf is pushing up to 13th. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Pumpkin of Glory has also moved up 1 spot into 8th. Wolf of Echo and its Thera pair are locked in a close fight for 11th. Pumpkin of Glory and Brandabuster are neck and neck for 7th place. Wolf of Echo just gained 1 spot to move into 11th. It's Thera and Wolf of Echo are locked in a close fight for 11th. Nadisberry is driving a KTM Crossbow GT4. They're currently in 4th place, holding steady, but not quite close enough to challenge the top 3. Looks like a quiet race for now. Bazinis Ardwoil is driving a 28 Lada 110S and is currently in 18th place. Looks like they're stuck behind some slower cars and might need a miracle to move up. New for Life is in 9th place with a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Its Therapy has just overtaken someone to move into 11th place. Wolf of Echo and its Therapera are still nose to tail for 11th. Spikles is climbing up to 20th. Pippi Langstrup is leading in a 2019 Ginetta G55 Super Cup. Looks like they're setting the pace with no one close behind. Race seems pretty straightforward for now. Henfatic is climbing one spot to take 17th place. Random 69. And Spike Bulls are nose to tail for 19th. Lian Yashin is driving a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4, starting from the 11th position. She's currently in the 11th place, so she's gained a spot since the start. Looks like she's holding her own in the midfield. Randabuster is holding off Maya by a car length for 6th place. Desetnizartwu just edged out Henfatic for 17. Kufo and its Bumblebee are wheel-to-wheel for 21st. Random 69 is driving a 2008 Lada Priora Tatara. They're currently in the 17th place, just ahead of the Lada 110S and behind the Lada Priora, so they're holding their own in the lower midfield. Brendo Booster is driving a Ferrari 488 GT4, a sleek and powerful machine. They're currently in 7th place, holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Looks like a solid race so far. Wolf of Echo is driving a 2006 BMW 320 in the WTC class. They're currently in 13th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack, but still hanging in there. Wow, Hippie Langstrom just won the race? Looks like she's got the speed and the style to leave everyone in the dust. Well done! Wow, Pippi Langstrom has really stolen the show today. Congratulations on winning the race. That was quite the impressive drive. And a big shout out to Pippi for securing the fastest lap. They can now claim a sleek 2019 Ginetta G55 Super Cup. Penske Motorsport, you did great in the bet race and can now take home the 2016 Subaru Impreza WRX STI. Lian Yashin, you really turned up the heat with all those overtakes. You get to claim the 2015 Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. Great effort, everyone. The competition was fierce and fun to watch. Alright everyone, looks like we